All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okie dokie, and a full-on artichoke. How's it going, guys? Hope everyone's doing well. Stay tuned. We are getting started. Obviously, I've got to do my vocal warm-ups. We're getting started here in just a second. Today we're going to be playing Diablo, and I will be taking your questions. Feel free to ask almost anything as long as it fits within the YouTube terms of service. And if you're on the vertical stream, just means you got to sub real quick. It is a one-tap process, and you can chat immediately. There is no wait time. Just trying to boost the number of subscribers on this channel. We are trying to grow a community, so if you don't mind, then before you swipe away, please do me the favor of liking and subscribing, maybe even sharing the stream so it gets in front of more faces. I'd much appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we will begin in just a second. Hello. What's up? What's up, y'all? I hope everyone's doing fine. This is just more or less another Thursday here in the Goose-nasium? Is that a thing? Anyway, I'm Goose. Hi. Nice to see ya. Those of you who were here and those of you who are not, nice to see you in the future. That's Future Goose saying what's up. Hope you guys are doing well. Today is one of the rare times that we're actually going to be talking about something political and or religious, which is never a bad time on the stream. As you can see on the content on my channel, I tend to upload videos of that nature, but the live streams tend to be a bit more relaxed and casual, and we're hanging out and playing video games. But today, let me make sure that my finger sticking up is in the camera because I'm making a point. And people do that when they make points. They raise their finger up to the sky. But today, we are going to be talking about anything religious and political. If you have a question for a leftist, atheist, if you just have people in your family who are only part of your echo chamber and they only ever parrot the things that you say and you only ever watch Fox News or OANN or whatever, then please feel free to ask me anything. If you are just curious about anything, something that an atheist would say, something that a political leftist would say, then please feel free. I could talk in the Rush Limbaugh voice all gosh darn day if you like. If it'll get people to tune in, then we will talk all day in the what Alex Jones Rush Limbaugh type. Feels like you've got cotton balls stuck in your jaw, kind of talking that these guys are known for. Maybe if I start selling boner pills, then maybe people will start to tune in a little bit more. But you know what? For now, we're just gonna talk in the voice. Anyway, if you want me to avoid talking in that voice, then start asking questions. All right, that'll keep me occupied. That'll keep my brain occupied, so I don't do terrible impressions. All right. Aside from that, I got like metallic goo on me somehow, like stained my fingers. I don't know what the hell this is. How's it going, Skippy? What's up? Hope you're doing well. And really, that's the long and short of it, guys. We're going to be playing Diablo, as you know, people are wont to do. You know, sometimes people play Diablo. It's just a thing that I've been wanting to do for a while. It's just get stuck into some Diablo. Is your community a flock? Is it a flock of geese? I think it is a flock of geese. So then I guess it would be a flock. You know, you'd be like, well, thanks for joining the flock or something. You know, I don't know. But first, actually, before we do anything, before we get into Diablo, I would love to talk just a little bit about Daredevil, Born Again Season 2. I feel like it was okay. Like, I know they gotta fit a lot of stuff in there. Like, they gotta try and get people to I don't know. They got to get people to like. I don't think they're gearing the thing towards kids, because it's like, you know, they say the F word quite a lot. So, but then again, I think, you know, people know that kids cuss. You know, I think it's this sort of like weird societal thing where we kind of trick ourselves into thinking that, oh, our kids don't cuss, or oh, our kids aren't talking about sexual shit. You know, but they are, and it's gross. You know, I heard my friend's daughter is like too young to be talking about anything gross, and she was just like fucking talking to a friend of hers on FaceTime or whatever the other day, and the shit they were talking about was insane. It wasn't like graphic or explicit or anything like that, but dude, they were talking about how like they were casually mentioning that their teachers are probably pedophiles or PDF files, sorry. But like, why are kids talking about this? Why is this a subject they feel like they need to talk about in today's America? It's either they're doing active shooter drills, or they're talking about which of their teachers they're afraid are going to show up on the goddamn Epstein list. It's insane. It's just, I don't get it. I think, you know, kids should be able to just kind of be like kids and like just go get to do kid stuff, but I guess that's too much to ask from modern day. So I always get mixed results when I do this subscriber only thing, where I think that people just instantly see that you have to sub to talk and they just don't want to engage with that. But sometimes I'll get like 10 subs in a day just because someone wants to like talk shit to me or something. You know? I don't know. And maybe we won't play Diablo today, but I'm going to try and get to it. I really would love to. But we might just end up talking about just like religious shit. Because like I like waiting a bit, you know, doing this stuff. Sorry, I've got the internal burps. Ugh. I like waiting on this stuff because if we talk about it a lot, like day after day after day, I end up getting like too up to date. You know what I mean? Like there's not a backlog of shit to catch up on. So I don't know, I end up having to like just scramble for content, and not content, but like scramble for I guess content. Scramble for things that'll fit what I'm looking for, or things that'll fit what I'm looking to commentate on. And it's, you know, it's kind of one of those things. You gotta be really cognizant of what's going on in sort of the section of sociology that you're talking about. You know, like if it's a religious thing, you got to be pretty up to date on what's happening with religious people. I tend to not be. So it's not something that you can really like, I guess, anticipate or something. First time I had heartburn, I thought I was having a heart attack. Me too. I honestly thought I was having a heart attack. Alright, so we're going to take these shorts and we are going to sort them by not popularity. Why would you do this to me? I want to sort them by post date. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. So let's see if I can find what I'm looking for here. Yep. I'm gonna put the mic on the other side. And again, I know that I'm gonna have to keep mentioning it throughout the stream, but if you want to chat and you don't want to have to be subbed for any amount of time, you don't have to here. I'm just trying to up those sub numbers. You just hit sub and chat and you are A-okay to talk. There's no wait time. No, I am certainly not feeding you guys at 9:35. There's no way that's gonna happen. No, sir. And we're gonna see if any of these are like, we're gonna play a game of Is It Satire? And you know, it might be in most cases, but we may not know until we actually see the person's account itself, which I love doing those little deep dives. Can we dance on the Daily Wire grave? I mean, do they still have their production company? Do they still have like their movie streaming service and stuff? Because if so, then like they're not really gone, and they'll probably be back in like some form or another. What's up, Tavis? How's it going? So a lot of this stuff, I won't know what it's in reference to because, again, I've been trying to stay sort of, you know, out of the zeitgeist of politicality lately, just because it's just like a race to the bottom. Honestly, it feels like at this point, Democrats are trying to one-up each other and see who's going to get unseated first, and then Republicans are just like still on the like anti-trans train. They're still on the anti-Ukraine train. They're still on the pro-Israel and the pro-Trump train. It's just never-ending, seemingly. And I think this is exactly what the right wanted. They wanted people just so caught up in culture wars issues that they're not looking at what's going on with the Epstein files, or what the fuck happened with like the murders of Renee Good and Preddy. Like what's happening there? Are we just like there's nothing happening? Like they're just the 24-hour news cycle ended and now we don't care about them anymore? That's why like it's very hard for me to stay up to date with politics, because it's just depressing, man. The convo today is viewers get to ask me any question that they feel like they'd like to ask any kind of leftist or atheist, and I will answer as honestly as I can. If there is something that I'm unintentionally lying about, then, you know, you never know. You know. The left wants the same thing, I'm sure. Well, they say the rising tide lifts all ships, not just the ships on one side of the aisle. And a lot of people on the left have stocks in lots of very relevant things right now. So I would say that the fecklessness that we see, the balllessness that we see on the side of the Democrats is largely in part to their own corporatocracy fetish. You know, they like the fact that their stocks are paying dividends, and they can clutch their pearls and be like, oh, won't somebody think of the children when it comes to funding civil programs? But because they have interests in those private hospitals, and because they have interests in those private funding groups that fund the research for those prescriptions that will cure cancer, it's kind of like you have to decide whether you want to be on the good evil side or the bad evil side at this point in politics, unfortunately. So I'm working through gathering some of these materials. Please feel free to ask questions if you would like. Again, if you're in the vertical chat, the sub only button is on only just because I'm trying to grow subs. You can click it and then start talking immediately if you'd like. There is no time barrier on it like there is for a lot of like you know, channels do subs only usually make me wait like a minute or 5 minutes or something like that. I don't know why, but you know, they're trying to get engagement, I guess. So am I. And that's why we're here doing this.
MAGA family, I'm sad to announce that I have nowhere to spend Thanksgiving.
Okay, this was in 2024, so I would say probably not relevant.
Super good.
Probably not relevant. The fact that you waited until the day of on Thanksgiving to post that would say that maybe it's staged or satire, but I don't know. I just hearing that speech, I didn't actually see. He's wearing a MAGA hat. All right, so let's put the display up. I'm going to keep the face cam the way that it is. We're going to stay arranged like this, but I'm going to try and put a video source, or I'm going to put the display source here. The existing one. Sorry, I'm still, you know, not technologically. I'm not a technologically advanced person, so I'm trying to just make this kind of work. There we go. We'll do that for the horizontal stream, and then for the vertical stream we will add, bear with me here, chat. Our record was 10 viewers a few days ago. We had 10 concurrent viewers, and a lot of them were actually chatting, so it'd be really cool if we could top that. I know that 10 viewers isn't a lot for like regular streamers who have audiences, but that for me that's crazy. And a lot of it was people just trying to talk shit to me, but you know, I welcome that. I welcome that too. Well, that's part of the old equation of engagement. So I welcome it. So even if you've got something mean to say, I'm more than happy to hear it. Sorry, I'm trying to put the display up here for the TikToks that we're going to watch. TikTok/YouTube videos. There we go. All right. So we're gonna crop that. Crop the shit out of that. We're gonna put it here in the corner so you guys can see it. Simple as that. Easy peasy. Who lost the squeezy? I don't really know what that means. Who lost the squeezy, you guys? I don't know what the squeezy is. I don't know whose responsibility it was to look after the squeezy. But I think those are matters for a different time. You know, different time, different day. You know? Let's concentrate on what really matters. Which is answering questions from viewers. And that's a good segue to say if any of you viewers have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Even just about life, you know, life, love, happiness. You know, if you got questions about food, if you got questions about fucking board games, or, well, not board, I don't know much about board games. Let's see, I'm trying to find some obscure topic that would be really funny to have somebody ask about. Let's see, wig preferences. I don't wear wigs, but if I did, I'd probably have a preference. There you go. That's a good line for a trailer. For a trailer for this video that I would chop up later and go, talk to me about wigs. And then I would intercut it with the Elijah Wood wigs questioning. And I'd have some content there. There you go. Enjoy. You're very knowledgeable on a lot of topics. That's a fancy way of saying that I get bored a lot. It's a fancy way of saying, and I don't watch TV.
This is on the way. Iran just announced that.
But I appreciate it. I'll take that as a compliment.
No nuclear weapons, and that is apt.
Okay, the word is nuclear. Long blonde or short brunette? Short brunette. I've always been a fan. When I was single, I was always a fan of the girl next door type. You know, like the type that's going to be your best friend for 10 years, and then you're going to fall in love with some hot girl, and the hot girl's going to reject you, and then the friend's going to be like, I've been waiting here this whole time, you never noticed me in front of your face, and then you're like, oh shit, oh my god, oh, that was actually the girl that I love. You know, I'm a big fan of that particular scenario. I'm a member of the Whig Party. Isn't that bad? I don't know much about the Whigs and the Tories, but isn't that, like, bad? Like, don't you not want to be a Whig?
Absolutely great news. Gas will come back down. Cheaper gas is on the way.
Cheaper gas is on the way. We're going to break this down as we go, okay? Cheaper gas is on the way. I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie, too. I think there's quite a few movies like that. So cheaper gas is on the way. There's his first point. I don't know what he's basing that on, because it doesn't seem to me like cheaper gas is going to come anytime soon, since OPEC is who makes the prices of the gas, and we don't get our oil from Iran. So if the price of oil is going up, the barrel price is going up, and the gas prices are going up, it has to do with what's happening in Iran, but because they name the price per barrel. And so if they name price per barrel, that means that they will be able to control the global price per barrel. But we buy, I think, our oil from China? I don't know where we buy our oil from. That's not important. The point is that it's OPEC that makes the regulations for what the gas price is going to be. Essentially, it's our policies that kind of make the trickle-down effect of that raising gas prices possible. And so, I mean, the crux to all issues in America, God, I really, I hate to just spell this out super simply for everybody. I know that a lot of people will disagree with me until they think about this, but this is all that has to happen in order for us to save America. The only thing that has to happen. People need to take less money. You need to take less from your draw. You need to stop taking investors and then owing them money and the direction of your company. You need to not have that second home. You need to not have that fourth car. You need to not buy the best and biggest homes so that your standard of life increases. You need to not take those triple six-digit bonuses. You need to not promise your investors a higher percentage just to get them to invest in you. The one thing that needs to happen in America to save our country is for people to be less greedy. That's all it is. Less greedy. Fear is a decent motivator. Fear is something that people can really like start moving very quickly because of. And fear of different things is what drives a lot of hate. So like fear that I'm going to be ostracized by my community if I live in middle America in a good old boy town and I find myself attracted to a trans person one day. So instead of accepting that I might be attracted to trans people, instead of that, what I end up having to do is I have to launch an entire campaign of hate against everything LGBTQ because that one time that I was attracted to a trans person, because I cannot be ostracized by my community, because my religious family will kick me out, all of my friends will stop talking to me, my sports team will kick me off, the gym will close my membership, etc., etc., etc. I'll never be able to find a significant other because what does that mean? Am I gay now? Am I trans? You know what I mean? So like, rather than do that introspection, most people would just turn to the easiest path and just say like, nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. No, fuck those people. That's fucking weird. That's an aberration. That's a monstrosity. That's like a fucking sin against mankind. Fuck that. No. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. Does that sound like every fucking Trevor you've ever heard of? Does that sound like every fucking like Timmy D you've ever heard of? Like, it's very universal. Fear is such a strong motivator. But this guy says that the gas prices are coming down. Lower gas prices are coming. I'm excited to hear about that. Let's hear more.
Iran just announced that they agreed to no nuclear weapons, and that is...
I mean, it keeps going back and forth. When was this? 18 hours ago. It keeps going back and forth. So Iran has said for a while that they weren't producing nuclear weapons. Sure, they may have been lying, but we got spies over there. We know what's going on. Jared Kushner did a fucking $38 billion deal with Saudis. He's in close with OPEC. He knows what's going on with the prices of per barrel. Like, we should know what's happening in the Middle East. We have a pretty comprehensive program of intelligence where we learn these things. Iran agreed to no nuclear weapons and like, oh no, yeah, we're talking about, they've been agreeing to this since the Iran-Contra deal. And like, we kept going into their country and going like, where's your weapons of mass destruction? Where are they? You're making nukes, aren't you? You're making fucking nukes. Oh, well, you're not making nukes? Okay, well, you're making dirty bombs, all right? And we're going to close down all 4 of your dirty bomb sites, and now you guys owe us a bunch of money. It's like we're the mobsters. We're the mobsters, and we're going into the person's restaurant. We're saying it'd be a shame if something happened to your fucking bridges, wouldn't it? So let's say we take some barrels of oil just to compensate for the protection that we're offering you, huh? Why not? Why not? It's not like our own people are gonna give a shit. And it's certainly not like your people are gonna give a shit because they fucking hate you. Alright. There you go. Fucking strong-armed into complete civil upheaval.
It's absolutely great news. Gas will come back down. Trust President Trump. The losers on the left lose again, just like they did last night.
I think this is a general failing for a lot of people on the right. They see this as a competition. It really isn't. It really is not. Like, the country is made up of the people. You realize that 370 million of us are all just normal fucking people. And there's maybe like a handful of people at the top, nearly 370 million. I mean, right? Like there's maybe 150, 200 people at the top who have all the most power, who you don't necessarily need to listen to if we don't want to. Like, you don't have to hero worship. You don't have to try and one-up the other side because they're being demonized by the guys on Capitol Hill. You can just live and operate every day. I hate to break this to anybody who might be a little bit confused, but when you operate normally during the day, you don't typically worry about who's on the opposite political side as you. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? That's weird, right? You find yourself never thinking about politics or religion when you're out the fucking store grabbing groceries. Some people do, but that's the vast minority. So we don't need to listen to the politicization of these things. We choose to.
You cross.
So again, it's not a competition. It's not right versus left. It never has been. The parties switched because one section of the party could not agree that they didn't want to have slaves anymore, or that they wanted to respect black people. It made the entire political parties fucking switch and get all mixed up and shit. And the political unrest hasn't subsided since then. It's only gotten worse. They maybe agreed to temporarily pause production of uranium, but they never agreed to make a nuclear bomb. Well, they also, they are supposed to not be stockpiling enriched uranium or something like that, and then somehow, I guess, we're just assuming that they are. Most of my closest friends are technically on the otherwise of the aisle. No, it's like people, we exist alongside people who are opposites from us politically every damn day of the week. And we don't resort to political attacks, and we don't resort to calling the other side losers and demon-crats or whatever, And then, now the right is just using slurs just to get under people's skin. That's exactly why it existed in the first place, and now you guys are just bringing it back. It's fuck. It's fucked. And it's fuck.
President Trump and MAGA, you F around and you find out.
That doesn't mean anything. Trump is a little pussy baby. What do you think goes on during those conversations? Trump dozes off during his own war room briefings. So how do you think he's going to maintain any kind of mental clarity when he's talking to somebody who can't even speak the same language as him? And to him, not being able to speak the same language is them perfectly speaking English just with an accent. If he can't fucking stay awake during his favorite type of briefings, because he loves fucking hearing about the potential of nuking people, then it honestly makes me feel a little weird that you think that he's going to be able to talk to a person he can't even understand and work out some kind of a denuclearization deal? I think you're giving Marco Rubio, you're giving him a lot of fucking credit for a guy who quotes rap lyrics during judicial hearings.
MAGA is stronger than ever. It is more.
You guys have been in power. For how long? You've been in power. And then when you weren't in power, we were trying to recover from the shit that you did when you were in power. And now you're in power again.
Influential than ever. President Trump is the MAGA king.
Dude, just admit that you're gay. Admit that you have a crush on an older man. Your life will be so much better. What were the lyrics? The lyrics of what? The song I'm listening to?
And
I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
Care what the left calls me. One of the things they call me all the time is oh, you're in a cult. You cultist.
Yep. It is very culty. What are the lyrics? I'm gay. What? Those two messages didn't match the context.
Whatever. No, I proudly wear this hat.
Right. You wear the same hat as all the other people in a very dogmatic, smaller size group that is very fundamentally adherent to a very specific set of principles. That's a cult, dude. That's a fucking cult. Just because you're not religious in this group doesn't mean it's not a fucking cult. Oh, the rap lyrics, Marco Rubio. It was on the Daily Show. But he said, be living in a gangster's paradise when he was talking about, I think, inner city youth. You said admit it if you're gay. Oh, yeah. I'm talking about this guy. Just so you know, man, Tavis, I don't know if you ever knew this, but everyone's a little bit gay. Every single person in the world's a little bit gay. Scott, MAGA, they're followers, not leaders. They have to be told who to thank and who to support and who to hate. They can't make their own decisions. Weak-ass fucking pussies, I'm assuming is what you were trying to type. You know you can swear on the internet, right? And my channel isn't monetized yet. Though with your help it could be. But you can swear on the internet. I don't think that I have a language filter on my chat. Feel free to say fucking shit-ass pussies if you'd like. Or ass-fucking pussies, or whatever. Whatever. Just no slurs. You know? That's pretty much my only rule, is no slurs. You know, don't be bigoted, no slurs. Yes, I have a question. Will the Lakers win tonight? Yes. Now, you credit me with that. Credit me with that if they win, okay? I'll take the credit. I'll be the guy that made it happen if you're superstitious. All right? I'll fucking do it. Gay men love me and I appreciate that. Then you might be just a tiny little bit gay if you appreciate the adoration and you are feeling like, you know, hey, that makes me feel good. Either you don't feel very good about yourself normally, or you might just be a tiny percentage gay. That's the thing. You don't necessarily have to be gay just because you have a little bit of gayness in you. Every man, maybe not every man, okay? I won't go out as far on a limb to say that every single man on the earth has done this, but I would say that it is a very safe assumption that even if they're lying, 99.999999999% of men who have reached adult age have at one point been attracted to another man. I'm sorry, but no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. Every man who is an adult man, almost every man, I would say maybe there's one or two people out there in groups of like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, who has never once found another man attractive. On me a couple grandpas, Papa Cap and motherfucker fa less. On me. Are you saying that you're God? On God. A couple grandpas, a Papa Cap in an MF for less. Are you saying that, like, well, yeah, because they're insecure. If they're like militantly homophobic, which is the case with a lot of black men in the black community, that is a trope, and I don't really know where the trope comes from. I think it's like it's a masculinity thing, you know, like it's it's like and OG actually told me that this is, and I'm not basing it just on what the OG said, but OG came in one time to the weed shop, been around the hood for a long time, and he said he has a take on this phenomenon, and he said the reason why a lot of the guys in the black community are so militantly anti-gay is because there's like a masculinity component to it, where like after slavery you had to fight for so long just to be seen as a human being that it makes you feel insecure about your own selfness. And men obviously just being dominant in society like that, their insecurities took root easier and quicker, and those insecurities revolved around having your agency taken away. And for a lot of men, especially religious men, that means having your manness and your self of masculinity taken away. And so like if it makes you feel like you're less of a man, you have to be against it. Because, you know, black community is usually like you have to fight twice as hard just to get half as far, you know? Black community is anti-gay because of slavery's buck breaking? You mean back breaking? Or what do you mean buck breaking? Oh, because it was seen as like torture to be made to be gay or something like that. I don't know. I'm interested in hearing about all the social aspects of that, but it is a characteristic thing among the black community. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if that's part of other cultures as well, but I can't speak on that. I didn't grow up in an Indian neighborhood, didn't grow up in an Asian neighborhood. I just grew up in a black neighborhood. Hey, insert disc, how's it going? Hope you're doing well.
Things they call me all the time is like, oh, you're in a cult.
That OG was also a Christian, I bet. If he was in a weed shop, I don't know, man. That ain't gonna keep him from going to church. What are we talking about? I'm answering viewer questions. Feel free to ask me nearly anything you'd like about being either a leftist or an atheist, or just in life in general. Just about life in general. You get what I'm saying?
Cultist or whatever. No, I proudly wear this hat.
People can be proudly cultists, even if they don't know they're in a cult.
Proudly support President Trump. I'm a proud American, and the left can't do anything to shame us. All right.
Right, but America includes all those people on the political aisle. Everyone across the political spectrum. That is what America consists of. That means the people that you dislike. So black people, gay people, trans people, they're all going to be here in America. Even your utopian America, they're all going to be part of it. And whether you like it or not, you're going to have to live with that. You're going to have to learn how to adjust to life this way. And tolerance, for me, is fine. I think most people want acceptance, though. They want integration. They want everyone to be welcome in their communities. I'm okay with tolerance. I fucking hate Nazis. If you have a view of just the Jewish people reflected by the things that Israel's doing, then I probably don't like you. If you think that all actual groups of people deserve to be wiped out, I'm probably not gonna like it, you know? If you were ever religious, why did you become atheist? I was never religious. I grew up adjacent to the church, and the reason I ever became religious was because I saw how predatory it seemed. And this is specifically the Salvation Army. So I've been to many other churches. I've been to many churches and sat through many sermons, and most of them have been okay. Just like kind of benign, like, you know, just love God and God will love you and be a good person and all that kind of stuff. But within the Salvation Army, I saw just, it was institutionally exploitative of people who are disadvantaged. So people who were addicted to drugs, they would make bell ringers and they would then like make them go to church and stuff. People who were addicted to alcohol, you know, they'd send them the 12 steps, which is a religious program, and they would get them converted to Christianity. Like, I saw indoctrination happening, and I'm not very happy about it. And the Salvation Army gets billions in donations. Maybe not anymore, but they used to get billions in donations just from people who I think thought that they were doing a good thing. But these guys are like representative of Christianity in America at the very least. And you know, it sucks how willingly Christians will take advantage of people when it means that they can score another one for their God. It sucks. It really sucks to see people, especially people who are like easily manipulated because they're disadvantaged and because they're like a slave to addiction or something like that. It's easy for them to replace that with another addiction, and that sometimes can be God. That's why born-agains are so militant a lot of the time. That's why they try to excuse everything or the bad things that other people do by saying like, no, that's not them. They're possessed by a demon or some shit. Biblical literalists, the born-agains, are way more biblically literal than people who grow up in the church, because to them it's just a way of life. But to a born-again, it's something that saved their life. And that's powerful. Imagine the first time that most people have sex is like in their mid-teens, right? Like somewhere between 15 and 20. That's where like most people tend to like have sex for the first time. And that's why attachment is so much of a psychological component to the first time that you have sex, that when you fall in love with the person that you first get with, that's what's happening there. You're expressing the chemicals in your brain that are telling you this feeling was really good, you got to keep chasing that. And it's the same feeling when you're saved, when your criminal record can be expunged divinely, when your evil deeds can be excused simply by giving yourself over to a higher power. All of those things are really powerful motivators, and they're really powerful when it comes to a person who is suffering from addiction in re-addicting them to something else. I saw married people of the church at single people parties and houses without their spouses as a kid all the time. Yeah, infidelity is wildly popular among religious circles because there are often policies against divorce. That's a real easy one. I went to Catholic school. One of the priests was telling women in confession that God wants them to sleep together. That's typical cult behavior. I would say that's average for both Catholicism and Christianity. People forget that, like, you know, Branch Davidians were just a sect of Christianity. The people that believed in the Hale-Bopp comet, the people who were followers of Bo and Peep, Heaven's Gate, goddamn, couldn't remember the cult. That was Christian-based. Order of the Rising Sun, Christian-based. Fuck, man. Like, there's too many people who are murdering not millions. There's too many people who are murdering people, murdering others, who stand behind Christianity specifically. It's weird, right? I'd rather be addicted to the Bible than going back to using meth. Being addicted to the Bible's fine. It's how you manifest that addiction. If you are using it to try to erase communities of gay and trans people, probably not the best investment of time. But if you're using it to improve your life and work within your community to improve the lives of others and to give charitably and to, advocate for other people having agency and freedom and liberty, then I fucking love that, man. Be addicted to the Bible all you want. Fuck. Yeah, I would actively urge people not to choose meth. I don't think anyone really needs to hear that from me, some random guy on the internet, to not choose meth. I think that's pretty inherent to to most people, you know. Your thought process is probably not going to be like, gosh, you know what I would do? What I would love to just try one time? Meth. You know? Been clean for almost 5 years. Well, congratulations, Tavis. I hope that you are feeling good these days. I hope that your situation itself has improved to the point where you don't feel like you need the drugs to continue. But then again, you know, most people are strong enough to kick the addiction, or and I know that you're never not addicted, but people who are strong enough to overcome the addiction or to put it into remission, I guess if you could use a word like that, are typically, you know, pretty strong in general. So probably strong enough to improve things in your life.
No, go stomp your feet, go have your stupid ass protest, and we're gonna make this country great again.
Well, the country is great because of the ability to protest. I don't know if you knew this, good sir, but we built this country on protest. We actually won the country from a monarchy through protest. So, you know, I don't think that I don't think it's weird to be frustrated that your life is getting disrupted when people block a road, but I also think that it is fair to ask why people are blocking the road in the first place. And if it's something you disagree with, then okay, that's fine. Go off. Then, you know, just talk shit about it all you want. But if it's something you agree with, like, well, we want kids to be able to eat. Okay. Well, we don't want extrajudicial killings. Oh, okay. Those are all policies that I think anyone could get on board with. So join the fucking protest. Because currently, the reason why you'd be doing a protest like this is because your government is killing people. Your government is trying to remove races from the country. They're using dog whistles to do it. They're demonizing everyone they can to do it. But that's what they're doing. And then they're shooting people in the street. So, like, I mean, I just don't think that you have to, like, you know, be against that or be against protesting or whatever in order to agree with that. I don't know. Don't block roads. I mean, yeah. I get that in the first place. But people could also say, don't have policies in your government that allow for this stuff to happen. I mean, if police are killing people in the streets and it takes blocking the roads to change the policies, then isn't that a good thing? And if it makes you 5 minutes late to your appointment, or if it makes you, I don't know, an hour late to work or whatever, like, aren't those good things? If that's what it achieves? Imagine, I don't know, imagine you're black and you don't have any rights and you're considered 3/5 of a person according to the US Constitution, and you want rights, and the government says, or your local government, they say, well, we have the right to make, you know, the laws that the people vote on, and you can start a coalition, you can get that funded, and then you can go and have a change to those laws. And the black person's like, I can't do any of that stuff. So what do you do? What do you do, Tavis? Do you just sit there and take it? Do you write letters to your congressmen who don't even believe that you're actual people? What do you do? At some point, after all the legal channels have been exhausted, you're going to start protesting. What do you think the Boston Tea Party was, if not a protest? Was that just something that happened? Oh, some people were just, walking by a boat one day, and they were like, oh, hey, there's probably some tea on that English ship. We're going to disrupt the supply chain. Just threw the tea out. Like, they didn't even have that idea that they're going to disrupt the supply chain, because that is the act of protest. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's an act of protest. They were blocking the roads of commerce. So just because it makes you a couple minutes late in your day doesn't mean that, they deserve to get ran over, or they deserve to get arrested. Like, what do you think should happen to people who block the roads? Because you're not supposed to get arrested for protesting, because it is constitutionally protected. You're supposed to get arrested if you riot, and people have certainly spent the last few decades making laws that make it hard to protest, or even illegal in some cases. Abraham Lincoln didn't even think we were people. He freed us as a war strategy. Yeah. He was quoted as saying he wouldn't have done it if he didn't have to. See that, all the different changes in history that occurred from, like, these heroes of men. Like, the heroes are always painted as, like, these, biblical figures, these majestic, heroic, it's just we do a lot of hero worship. But, like, not all of them were good people. Andrew Jackson was seen as a hero of America for the longest time. I think blocking roadways is creating a danger to the public and the protesters. In a sense, I agree with you. However, if there's evidence as a driver, if you're driving along and there's evidence that there's a protest, you can simply try to go a different way. You're not forced into it. Unless you're looking at your phone while you're driving, you're supposed to be paying attention to the road. Unless you're looking at anything else while you're driving and you're not paying attention to your surroundings, you're going to notice that there's a protest. And if you want to insert yourself into that, then whatever, I guess I can't blame you for being angry. But that doesn't mean shit. Like, it's only a safety issue for the people who might drive into you. There's no other safety issue there. Because people, I don't know if you know this, I don't know if you've ever seen a protest, but, like, people who actually do that, who block the roads, they've got spotters. They've got people who are out in front who are either helping to direct traffic or trying to create a barrier to people who are driving around, So, I agree with you that if we were OSHA and we were looking at the situation, then yes, it would present a safety risk. But if we're looking practically as people who might actually be on the ground, the only safety risk is presented by people who are on the road themselves driving. AJ was my favorite president. He hated banks more than me. I know, but he also did the Trail of Tears. He also was a big proponent of Manifest Destiny. Didn't he duel? Yeah. But again, doing cool things doesn't make you a cool person.
MAGA was right, and it humbles me to say it.
Then you were just MAGA in the beginning. Interrupting commerce and interrupting people's freedom of travel are two different things. If someone tries to block me from taking my child to a doctor's appointment, they're getting maced. Yeah. And if you said that out of your window to the protester, my child needs to go to a doctor's appointment, I'm trying to make sure they're safe, they would let you through. Only the most militant of Antifa would continue to block the road for something like that. And if that happens, Helmet, like, I just want to avoid that shit in the first place. I would just drive around, man. Like, I'd probably try to find some different way to get where I'm going. Like, I don't need to drive through a crowd in order to make my point. Especially if they're not if they're just blocking the road of one particular road and they're not preventing access from anything, I don't see a problem with it. It's also the government's fault for causing the sin in the first place. That's my point. The point is that if the violation of social norms, like killing a person in the street, wasn't a problem, then people wouldn't be blocking the road. That's where it comes from in the first place. Like, you got to ask yourself why they're doing that. They can't just let you through when traffic is backed up for miles. They can. If they're organized enough, they can. It's not possible to turn around when it's on the freeway. I mean, when other cars are stopped and creating a safety barrier, I mean, if they're going to get hit before you are, the guys behind you. So if you notice that there's an unsafe situation, you can get the fuck out of there. And if that's your only exit, I mean, this only happens like in 2 places in the country, but if that's your only exit and they're on the freeway, which isn't super often, but if that's your only exit and they're on the freeway, then you can take the next exit. See, people you're not going to lose what you have in your car if you have to go around something for like 10-15 minutes. It's just that we're being inconvenienced that makes us angry, or that makes us try to rationalize our justification for getting angry. I'm sorry if that, rubs you guys the wrong way, but I truly believe that you need to shut the country down. You need to shut down the roadways. You need to shut down the fucking traffic signals. You need to shut down the power infrastructure. You need to shut things down, Yeah, I'm sure people blocking cars on the road are the reasonable ones in the situation. Not all the time, no, I agree with you for the most part. Like I said, if I'm looking at this conceptually, then, it is an unsafe situation. But if I'm also looking at it, just as a person who has themselves been to these protests before, if you are in that situation in a car, you have put yourself in that situation in a car. Maybe on purpose, maybe not. But if I was a protester and you were saying to me, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a protest today, I'm just trying to get to the doctor's office because my kid is sick, then I would urge people to let you through. I'd be like, hey, this guy's got a doctor's appointment, his kid's sick, please, we just need to let this guy through. And I know that you can't necessarily do that for everybody, but I also feel like you can just go around. And it doesn't matter, and again, it doesn't matter if the people who are doing it are reasonable or not. For the most part, they're going to be reasonable people who are just out there trying to get social change to happen. So, for the most part, they're going to be reasonable people. But, also, in the same vein, I also feel like you can be cognizant of the stuff that's happening in your neighborhood or in your community, and you can also just go around, man. They killed MLK because he was going to block the roads in Washington for reparations, just like we gave to Israel, Germany, and Japan after WW2. That's when they killed him. I hadn't heard that before, and I was not aware if that is the motivation. I was not aware of it. I don't think I've heard enough about it to really know, I do not know the circumstances surrounding MLK's death.
I don't know if they got a crystal ball or what, but my MAGA friends told me during the 2024 election that if I voted for Kamala, gas prices were going to spike. Grocery prices.
He's doing it. He's doing a little switcheroo here. He's doing a little bit of a switcheroo.
Prices were going to go up, and we were going to be at war with the Middle East, all within 2 years. Well, I didn't listen.
Yep.
I voted for Kamala.
It happened.
Hasn't even been 2 years, and every single one of those things
has happened.
MAGA was right, and it humbles me to say it.
Humbles me too. It humbles me to hear it, It humbles me to hear it. Gosh darn it, they were right. MAGA was right. Can you believe it?
Who won the 2020 election?
I'd say that President Biden was certified the winner of the 2020.
No, he won. That just means he won. He was certified and voted for, and he got all the votes and he won. Make me a judge, because I'm going to answer that question honestly. MLK said we coming to get our Jack. Google it. I believe you. Unless someone disagrees with you, I believe you for now. I don't mind taking you at your word.
2020 election.
You're unwilling to say he won the election. How about you, Mr. Roberts?
I have the same answer as my colleague, Senator.
Same answer.
Right? Unwilling to just say what reality is. Totally. Yeah.
The previous one.
The previous nominee. The Senate did.
Mr. Coons, how about you?
Unwilling to accept reality.
Thank you, Senator. And I have the same answer.
Unwilling to say that Joe Biden.
I'm more of a Malcolm X fan myself. Yeah, me too. I never have been a totally 100% supporter of civil unrest turning into violent riots. But I do acknowledge that in the past that had to happen sometimes to get the social change that they needed, and it may very well happen at some point in our history. There have been several protests in the last few years that totally blocked access to veterans' healthcare facilities. Then I would not support that, depending on the position of the protesters. If it's something that is necessary to provide life and liberty to people, then I would probably support it. And I'm sorry if that pisses you off, Helmet. I still respect you. And I respect what you're saying. Like, I agree. I don't like the civil unrest stuff. I don't like being impeded. I really would just rather, be able to do what I need to do and move freely and have agency. But there are other people who don't. And there are other people who can't necessarily go into certain neighborhoods. There are people who can't go to certain businesses, who can't patronize, community centers and have access to the resources that they need. And I guess I feel worse for them than I do than I do about my urge to get to a place on time. And I think it's just going to be a difference in brain chemistry between people who agree with that and who disagree with that. There's some of us think differently. George Motz, I fucking love George Motz. The grandfather of hamburgish cuisine. Just included a burger from the small city I live in now in his hamburger history book stuff and is now serving it at his restaurant in New York. Is this the one with the onions? Because that one's fucking delicious. Both were victims of COINTELPRO. Man, what weren't they up to, No, that's the thing. Like, I get both sides of the argument. But I think unfortunately I'm just more in favor of the protesters than I am my own schedule. Exigent circumstances notwithstanding. If it was an emergency, I'd expect to get through. It's the cheesy western from the Texas Tavern, which has been here since 1930 and is apparently one of, if not the earliest burger with an egg on it and cheese melted. Oh, fuck yeah, that sounds good. They still serve it there and it's only $4. Yes! Yes! Yeah, have a good one, Tavis. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Biden won the election, correct?
As Mr. Hendershot said, it has become a matter of political concern, and Joe Biden...
Well, it's a matter of...
No. And regardless, I think the reason... If I may devil's advocate for these judges, it feels to me like the reason why they're having trouble articulating that Joe Biden won the 2020 election is because they're appointed by the president. Right? Don't they have to go through confirmation hearings only because they're appointed by the president? So if it's the guy in power who can fire you, then you're going to have to toe his line, at least until you get your position. And this is what I think a lot of people on the right who are more centrist than Donald Trump is, are doing the things that Donald Trump does because they think, well, he's going to be out of office eventually. And sure, maybe, but his policies are going to stick around unless you're fucking like, banking, unless you agree with him or unless you're banking on this happening. Like, if you expect that this is what's going to happen, if you think reasonably about the things that Donald Trump has done, then you're going to expect this to happen. Just this power consolidation and this power grabbing and all the greed. Like, it's just gonna happen. Oh, thank you, Jermaine Event. I appreciate that. Share the stream too if you like it.
Political concern, but it's also an issue of fact. Is it not?
Joe Biden was in fact certified the winner of the 2020 election.
I think it's pretty irrefutable that Joe Biden won the election, but you're unwilling to use that word because you are afraid.
In Main Event, you raise a good point. The fact that the next president is going to be executive order crazy. Trump has kind of lowered the bar for the standard of professionalism that exists in our presidential office. He cusses, he talks about how he could kill somebody on 6th Street, talks about grabbing women by the pussy. Like, even if you agree with the things that he says, he's really lowering the decorum. And I think it's in response, a lot of people who are a bit more centrist than, fundamental MAGA would say that it's because the left has done its job in reducing the level of decorum everywhere. And so the right's trying to be aggressive enough to fight against that, which is pretty hokey and definitely not true. We can look at the crime statistics when it comes to which side is more likely to commit sex abuse, both of children and adults. There's a very clear demographic of people who commit the most heinous crimes in society, and it is not the leftists, and it is not the atheists. But the thing that happens is they create this air of one-upsmanship, and they create this air of competition. And it's always left versus right. It's always right versus left. Well, we gotta get those demon-crats out of there. Disregarding the real solution, the fact that the rising tide lifts all ships, it creates an atmosphere of one-upsmanship where we feel like the next guy has to be even worse than the other guy. We have to now be worse than this guy. So the next guy is going to have to be the Gavin Newsom type, the guy who's going to go on Twitter and talk in all caps in the anti-Donald Trump sense and become the anti-Donald Trump. And so, we're going to get cussing in office. We're going to get, people threatening violence. We're going to get people threatening nukes as just normal presidential discourse. It used to be, we only have the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. It used to be, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. It used to be, we're going to go to the moon and this and that and the other thing. It used to be inspirational. We used to find inspiration in our leaders. And now we're just trying to make sure that whoever we support wasn't on the Epstein list. And it's an ever smaller growing list. So, a funny podcast, or not podcast, but a funny comedian that I like is a channel called We Gonna Be Alright. And I'm starting to disagree with his entire premise. I don't think we're going to be alright. I don't know if I agree with that based on the historical example of the Gilded Era. It was after that time period when we got tons of progressive policy and stuff as a kind of turnaround, the pendulum swinging the other way. Yeah, but that was post-prohibition, right? What were the American people thinking at that time? Because not everyone got to go to a speakeasy. And Gatsby parties were only for the rich. And this was just before the Great Depression? I mean, I think the policies that came out of times like that were fraught with necessity. I would love to get to a second age of enlightenment, where we actually utilize AI for good utopian stuff, and then we start learning how to specialize our talents so that technology starts growing again. That'd be cool. But I mean, we need people to make that happen. We need people who were motivated to make that happen. That's why I think we should just abolish the government, honestly. I know that sounds extreme, but we just really need to fucking get rid of the government. Special interests need to stop having influence on things, and if you want corporations to fall down into the pit with the rest of us, you need to take away their handholds, and that's the government. I know that's never gonna happen, but that's what needs to happen. Nah, we're gonna be all right. They threw everything at us, and we're still here. But yeah, but it's like a thing where we start here, right? And the right brings us down here, and so the left kind of has to come down here anyway to bring us back up. And so the left comes down here, but they don't have time. They've only got 8 years, roughly, if they get elected twice, to make anything happen. So they try and bring themselves up. But here's the line we started at, right? And they can try to bring things back up, and maybe they'll bring the other side back up a little bit more, still below the line we started. And it's getting worse and worse each time. The right keeps bringing us down back to conservation of the old making America great, when people didn't have rights, when people weren't able to get married, shit like that. You're right on that, Goose, yeah. special interests are like what are killing us. There's getting the EPA's restrictions lifted. That's what's getting the OSHA restrictions lifted, and creating bad worker safety. So people have to go into these plants and do these special investigations, then release them on news networks, and then those places get afraid that they're going to be taken down. So then they have these like billion-dollar lobbyists go in and get Congress to remove even more restrictions and package them in these deals. They're called riders. I don't know if you guys knew that, but when special interests put their own policies onto law documents, it's called a rider. And so if you ever hear someone in like a governmental procedural or like House of Cards or something like that, don't watch that, by the way. Don't support Kevin Spacey's work. But if you ever see something like that, like a political drama, and they're saying like, oh, you remember you wanted that rider in the next bill for this so-and-so, that's them wheeling and dealing. That's them like doing that's why they back channel deals. They accused Biden of all this, but every president has done it to some extent. If you have power, if you have any kind of power, you will be corrupted. That is just plain and simple. That's why I believe that all politicians should be selected from a random lottery. A truly random lottery. And it's framed to make it legit. We don't exactly like they do. Yeah, I know. And they then only pay the 3% taxes. And they then, exploit cheap labor, and people who run small businesses get arrested for it and fined, and they get their businesses taken away. It's unfair. They call it a corporatocracy for a reason. They're the guys that make the rules. They write the history, they make the rules, and it's whoever's popular or in power at the time that they capitulate to, but only on the surface. All of these policies benefit them. And if you think that corporations are different, they're not. Disney may have LGBTQ representation, but they're still taking your money, and they're still putting it in there, and they're still hoarding it, and they're still passing around the same child companies that were sold to them by the other two organizations that own everything else. It's just rich people passing money back and forth. That's all our country is. That's all commerce is. And that's all it will ever be until we actually shut things down and make a change. Your shirt makes me think of Keith David. I know! That's why I wanted it. It makes me think of Goliath. But this would be Brooklyn? This would be the guy with the snout. This would be that guy. The guy on the back of my shirt is somebody else. That would be... That's more like Mephisto from Fantasia. I can't see his face very well. Yeah. But yeah, that's cool shit. I love is it Blue Ice or blue can't really see it, can you? Oh, that might be backward for you. But that's the company that makes them. They make a lot of this shit. Like any of the shirts that you see that I wear that have like dragons or like skeleton wizards or shit, it's always them. Blue Steel, I think it is. No, Blue Steel's the look that Zoolander does. Blue Ice? Something like that. It's a good company. They do good stuff.
You are afraid.
That was brilliant, and that is how everyone in Congress should talk to these people. Don't bother calling them liars. Don't bother calling them bad or...
True. Thank you, Mama Work.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Welcome to Hannity, and this is a Fox News alert. Today, the former President of the United States, Donald J.
So this is a sizzle reel of, I guess, Trump's accomplishments?
Trump was the target of an apparent assassination attempt.
When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up.
He didn't get shot in the face. He was hit by debris. Keith David was Goliath. I know, man. Come on. You gotta tell me that shit. I grew up watching that shit. Jonathan Frakes was David Xanatos. Yes. They made him look a little bit like him. Who is, in my opinion, really interesting as a character. Fuck yeah, dude! I mean, spoilers, but Xanatos has to be one of the best characters. Not quite a villain, not quite a hero, but also spoilers for a 30-year-old show, but also supernatural and fucking like an eldritch entity. That show was awesome. That show was fucking awesome. God, it was so good. And they went to fucking the island, Avalon. They went to fucking Avalon and shit. They had like a 3-part fucking mini-series in Avalon. So good.
He was no longer just a political party's nominee, or a former president, or a future president. This was the leader of a nation.
The Fox News decision.
I mean, if anything, it feels like Tucker Carlson is spelling out exactly the reason why anyone would do a false flag assassination attempt on the president. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm not saying that's not the case.
Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Whatever. They're just sucking his dick. That's all that video was.
Good morning. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. The weekend is coming. I just figured I'd pop on and...
If you make content in this very quick, short attention span format, speak very quickly. Speak way quicker than you think you have to. Because you only have like 30 to 60 seconds to catch somebody's attention. And if you're slow like I am, it will not work. You gotta be real quick. You gotta be in there. Hey guys, you know, like you gotta hit them notes, hit that script, hit it hard, hit it like you mean it. Which is why I don't do TikTok. Because I am not, my brain doesn't move that fast anymore. It used to. My brain used to be very quick. My brain was the Flash. And I'm simply not the Flash. Oh yeah, no, my brain was not built for short form content. Dude, like, I see some of these things that are just like, hey, let me tell you about this video game that I played. Hey, it was really good. And I learned all this stuff, and I went and harvested this thing, and I went and did this thing, and then we did that. And then, like, all the words are on the screen as they're saying it, which to me is just like, I'm an old man. You gotta treat me gentle like an old man. You must feed me content. You must feed me information very slowly, so that I can absorb it. No, I didn't mean to like that.
See if everyone saw what's been going on in Indiana with their primaries.
I haven't. Please educate me.
Multiple incumbent Republicans have lost.
Okay.
And by big deficits.
Okay. Because people don't like what Republicans are doing right now. Like, a lot of them. Like, a lot of people don't like what Republicans are doing right now. Yeah, I like Westerns with no words and long shots. Yeah, you know. Like, Jane. Like, Shiloh. I don't know Westerns very well. There's a town in Indiana called French Lick. There's a district in the UK called Cockpond Clapham Commons.
We are paying attention.
Oh, this is a voter fraud thing. She thinks voter fraud is happening. Okay.
To your words.
I think she might have just had a stroke.
Versus your action.
Because I'm thinking maybe there's like a neurological something happening there.
And in
Justin Harris in with actual questions. Thank you for the first person to actually ask a decent question. Well, no, actually, Tavis asked a question. That was nice. That's why we're here. Do you have a sense of hope? Yeah. I think every person hopes for things. I think literally every person hopes for things. And where is it derived from? Was there the day I learned how to do some introspection, which was like, wee, but a wee, babe. If I was to think on your question as like a statement for humanity, if I was to try and explain where I think hope comes from, It's mostly due to social imperatives. Our brains act a certain way when they're in the presence of people that we're attached to, people, like members of our own species that we're attached to physically or emotionally. Physically meaning like, you know, we are in mating with them, we're in a relationship with them, we are married to them, they're our boyfriend or girlfriend, and then emotionally and romantically, I mean, like, we have that bond with them. We like to see them flourish. It gives us positive brain juices when we see members of our community flourishing, and that gives us the idea in our heads that we want to see that more in the future. And so we try to facilitate them allowing themselves to keep their agency and to keep their liberty and to keep their happiness. And that, for us, is hope. I hope that this continues. I see the positive effects of my actions in order to facilitate somebody, but I also hope that that gets to continue. Just me as a caveman person, you know. I don't doubt that you hope, but what is your ultimate hope? Don't know, don't care. Don't have any kind of hope for anything in the future. I just try to lead my life to the best of my ability. I mean, I guess hopes from a future is that I'm financially stable, and that I'm able to contribute to my community as much as I benefit from my community, and that I'm able to do charitable work, and that I am able to be creative, you know? Those are my hopes for the future. More creative. Or that I have an opportunity professionally to be creative. I guess that would be a better hope. But I think, you know, hopes and practical dreams and things like that are a little different, you know? I have hope for the future because longer form fiction novels are starting to become very popular again. Are they? I haven't noticed that, but I guess I haven't been paying attention. The Count of Monte Cristo is one of the most popular books among 25-year-olds right now. Holy shit. I think that's a good sign for the future, yeah. Well, people are detaching themselves from social media now, which is crazy. And that's like the youngest generations are detaching themselves from their phones, essentially, which is pretty gosh darn cool. If kids are reading 200-page novels from the 1800s, that's pretty cool. Gosh darn it, it is. Gosh darn it. Yeah, Justin, no problem. I hope that you liked the stream or subscribed or feel like sharing it, because if so, then please do it.
The way I was raised, sometimes you have to send a message. So here's a message for the rest of you. We want the SAVE Act. If you like your cushy little job, you should listen to the people who pay your salary.
Indirectly. I mean, that's like one of those things where if you try to go into somebody's office and like into their chambers while they're doing their job and you're like, I pay your salary, they would have at least 10 ways to tell you that you do not pay their salary. And if you didn't vote for them, you probably are unapprovingly paying for their salary.
Trump is your daddy.
I get threatening people with political action. I do. I think that that's the precursor to a protest. But are you honestly trying to argue that you're not in a cult? it really just feels that way. I mean, let's just let it play without pausing it all the time.
Everybody, the weekend is coming. I just figured I'd pop on and see if everyone saw what's been going on in Indiana with their primaries. Multiple incumbent Republicans have lost, and by big deficits. We are paying attention to your words versus your actions. And in the way I was raised, sometimes you have to send a message. So here's a message for the rest of you. We want the SAVE Act. If you like your cushy little job.
So I'm guessing this is like some infighting shit right now, like where she's talking about how Republicans are dissenting on the SAVE Act. That's what I'm gleaning from the context. And it feels weird that you would have to resort to mob tactics, like saying sometimes you gotta send a message. And this is your MAGA cult. These are the people that support Trump, who think that violence is how you get what you want. Interesting.
You guys, we're at Percy and Willie's in Florence, South Carolina. We're heading from Little River up North Myrtle Beach where we live and headed up to the upstate, so we kind of had to cut through Florence. So I thought that I would stop here, make a pit stop, and go in and tell them what racist pieces of shit I think they are. Let's go.
Okay. I guess go off, Grandma. Is there something that's happening with Percy and Willie's that I don't know about? Did they do something to piss off the elders? Don't do this. Oh my god, you guys. If you're ever out and about in the wild and you know of a company that is doing racist things, you don't go into their workers and tell their workers how racist they are. Maybe that's not what's happening here. I don't know the context, but it seems like, yeah, this is America. You know that. I'm so confused, but whatever. Just don't go. Just don't go there during work hours and like. Hey, I just want to let you guys know that your restaurant chain is fucking racist. The host is gonna be like, "Yeah, I know, man. Do you want a table? You know, like, I work here because it's right next to my house. Like, well, you don't have to work here, but I don't have to walk here." You see? Do you see the host? She doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to be here listening to this shit. Like, she's working for, like, under the minimum wage. I would guess that South Carolina is one of the tax-exempt states where you have to, like, make tips to live. Like, just look at the face. Oh my god.
You guys, we're at Percy.
What? I just want to let you know that everybody in here is a racist. You black people, you shouldn't even be in here. So this is when things on the other side get a little bit too extreme, or things on my side get a little bit too extreme. This would be a situation where I don't know that I would support this action. Oh man, it's a little cringy. It's a little cringy. I don't think that they're like serving any self-interest like that is unethical, or like I don't think it's a scam or anything, but it's definitely cringy. Fight racism in whatever way you want, honestly. Like if this is how you're choosing to do it, then like I said, go off, Grandma. Do it.
I don't know how much more clear it has to be, but we are in a forever war. Again, in the Middle East.
Nope, I don't want people who share my opinion. I want to talk shit to people who don't share.
You know what I've learned about politics after doing my own research?
I'm guessing vote Democrat is probably meaning that, you know, he's agreeing with me, but you never know. I worked at Walgreens and people would complain about the company to me. Yeah, dude, like don't do that. He's not the one that's controlling the policy. The guy at the cash register. I don't think I've ever read The Forever War, but it sounds good. The title sounds good. Makes it sound good. Yeah, I think when the extent of your job description is, helpfully and efficiently serve customers, I don't think you need to be worried about what your fucking parent company's doing. Like, you shouldn't be made aware of it by customers, and you certainly don't give a shit if it's in your handbook.
Learn that the Democrats, they like more government. They like to invent new taxes. They like to raise taxes.
In a perfect world, the Democrats would want the same thing that everybody else wants. In a perfect world, the Democrats would simply want everyone to be included in the deal, whatever the deal is, the deal being America. If there's a policy that restricts people from doing something, then they would implement a policy that allows them to do it. You know, and let's, if they disagree with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say that you made a policy banning gay people from public spaces. Then they would make a law that says gay people are now allowed in public spaces. You know what I'm saying? So in that respect, yes, the Democrats are all for big government. When it comes to paying your taxes, if people who make more than others are not paying their fair share, then yes, there would have to be a law that says, well, you need to pay your fair share. If we are forcing other people to do it. If you are completely free to choose to where to spend your money, whether you want to spend it on making the government better or making your roads better or making your schools better, then that would be ideal. But in our reality, we don't abide by the altruistic views of our forefathers. We abide by what happens in reality. And people make laws, they pass policies through local government, through federal government, that restrict other people's freedoms. And when we make laws to compensate for that, that makes the government just a little bit fucking bigger. Because it needs to be that way in order to force you fuckers into being human beings. Just like if there wasn't people killing indiscriminately in the streets extrajudicially because a person is black, then there wouldn't be roads being blocked. Like, we have to just go a little bit deeper than layer 1. We have to go to like layer 2 or 3 and figure out why people are doing things and then decide whether we agree or not.
They like to offer free stuff.
I'm sorry, where is Donald Trump's 1776 check? Where is Donald Trump's fucking tariff rebates? Where is Donald Trump's wage increases and shit? Like, yeah, Cynical, you're repeating what I said earlier in the stream. Unfortunately, the Dems and Reps are both just owned by mega corporations. They're playing good cop, bad cop with the American people, keeping them focused on the social war as a means of distraction from increasing wealth divide / class war. You're saying exactly what I was saying before. The exact point I made. I'm glad that other people see that.
Never free, hence why they invent new taxes.
Taxes are often invented out of necessity. So if there's a section of our community like kids who aren't eating all the time, you know, who don't get 3 squares a day and who aren't, you know, getting the nutrition that they need, then a law may need to be passed that allows them to do that, but also a tax can be passed that funds that happening. Yes, there are definitely taxes that we should not be paying, like government salaries for one. If you're going to make money through stocks, then let that be your only source of income. I don't want my tax dollars going to you. You already get too much money as it is. If we didn't see the thing about all these like Democrats want big government and stuff like that. If we didn't need the fucking policies, they wouldn't have passed the fucking laws. But we need the policies, so they pass the fucking laws because most people can't get their heads fucking on straight.
And the Republicans are the complete opposite. They want less government, less
which means less oversight.
Taxes.
Less taxes, which means shittier roads, schools, and hospitals.
And you think all U.S. citizens would agree with that?
Well, no, it's always been split a little bit down the middle. Were you just born? Where have you been this whole time? We've been divided more or less down the middle since, gosh, the 1900s. So, since at the least 1908.
But no, that's how you can tell who's brainwashed.
Because some people don't agree with you? But you laid things out in such simple terms that, yeah, I'm sure through manipulation people might agree with you, but what you're saying is not reality. If we didn't need more taxes, we wouldn't be issuing more taxes. If we didn't need the laws that protect people or that increase oversight or that increase, just whatever limitations you think the Democrats are putting on you, then we wouldn't have them in the first place. So you may not be able to yell fire in a theater. You may not be able to beat a black person to death. You may not be able to, commit fraud. But these are all policies that had to be made so that people couldn't do them because they were doing them. As far as I know, the left is the reactionary side, right? The revolutionary side. And the right is the conservatives. That's the conservative side. Very proactive in trying to limit people's freedoms.
We have some news this morning. Those inside MAGA, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are now spreading this false narrative on social media that ivermectin, vitamin D, and zinc are cures to the hantavirus, or that it works against it. And I'm highlighting this because I actually received a number of messages from... So Donald Trump posted...
No!
We have some news this morning.
If it works for COVID, it works for hantavirus. All right? You goddamn woke-ass Democrats. Don't you fucking... Reactionary is the opposite of revolutionary. I know, I was making a fucking joke. Anarcho-Satanism. Conservatives are reactionary. Yep. See a gay person and they want to make laws against it. And then the left will make laws allowing being gay. And then the right will sow propaganda and try and get the law changed. I know.
Morning, those inside MAGA, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are now spreading this false narrative on social media that ivermectin, vitamin D, and zinc are cures to the hantavirus, or that it works against it. And I'm highlighting this because I actually received a number of messages from you all saying that you're concerned and that you see...
I believe it was clear when I said that reactionaries are revolutionary.
Things like this, and you're wondering whether to take it. I'm not a doctor, neither is Marjorie Taylor Greene, neither
I'm not
is
a doctor
anyone
either.
claiming this. No
We're all
doctor,
among friends.
no World Health Organization official, no epidemiologist said that this is the right course of action. It's wrong, and it's dangerous to be spread.
Hold on. Are you honestly telling me that hantavirus will not be cured by ivermectin? Because then all the news I've read is wrong. I refuse to believe this. It cured my COVID. And my worms. Also, I'm a horse. I don't know if you knew that.
Things like this. It's important not to take health advice from politicians. Now, I also do want to emphasize...
Ah, come on! RFK hasn't steered me wrong yet.
That the World Health Organization and officials across the world are once again emphasizing that transmission of this virus from human to human is very unlikely. It is hard.
He said trans, so I can't listen to him anymore if I'm going to be a good righty. Whoa! Is this
Fuck yeah.
Guys, tell me honestly, is this AI?
Let everyone say fuck you, Trump supporters. Y'all bitches ain't worth shit. We'll fight till your daddy is no more. Fuck.
See, the left can be weird too. Pretty weird. I would say that's like the mirror of cult. You know, it's like the anti-cult cult. We're the anti-cult cult. It's like the Satanists, right? Aren't the Satanists... Which is it? The Church of Satan or the Temple of Satan? That are the ones who are like, weird. I'm trying to find people that support MAGA. I don't know why I'm looking for a specific appearance. That's so, like... I feel like I'm typecasting people. Temple, okay, yeah, thank you. And if you're just coming in on the vertical feed, we've got a few spikes of viewers, so keep it coming, I guess. It's been weird. It's been a bit of a roller coaster for the vertical feed. Sometimes it gets like, it jumps up to like 30 viewers and it goes back down to 2 or 1. And like, I don't think that that's like completely wrong. Like, I don't think that I maintain 20 or 30 viewers at a time, but I think like it will spike like when it's pushed to people, I guess. Because YouTube, whatever, like they use whatever language they use, which I don't understand, but they say that they push it to audiences when you first start streaming, and then if they respond to it, then they'll continue pushing it to other audiences. But I don't know how all that shit works. Finding magas is hard, especially live streams. I usually have to go through a sea of AI Christian worship song streams. Found you looking for maga streamers to mess with. It's difficult finding my my material for things, but it's the short attention span thing. People with lesser intelligence, or at least less represented intelligence, tend to have shorter attention spans because they get tired of looking at the same thing, because to them they're not being stimulated. And so for me, if I'm doing informative stuff, or if I'm reacting to stuff that other people have done, like it's recycling essentially content for me to use, for me to comment on, and that's not like stimulating to a lot of people, you know. It's cool we got rated by Dreaded GM last Saturday. Yeah, I knew that there was some prestige to that, but I don't know the I don't have a frame of reference for the people in the community, so I was like, I don't know what level of enthusiasm to show, you know. It's been a long time creator in the TTRPG scene. That's cool. Hell yeah. I love that. I'll be able to stream on Saturday, if we're doing a session on Saturday. But I'll be able to stream that finally. I think I've actually gotten like some ideas for my setup. I think it's gonna be okay, because now I think I've gotten the hang of my character. Before it was like, what the fuck am I doing? But no, I think I actually like finally got a hang of him now. Definitely was a weird adjustment getting used to the how to play an investigator, and I still have not used Spin a Tail as much as I would like. And I would love to RP more of the devising a stratagem thing, because I think that can include some pretty fun moments of just like us trying to strategize things together and like trying to make a plan for how to attack. But yeah, I gotta get going on you know, making it into a stream, because I think that like people like watching that kind of shit, you know. You were definitely top DPS in that last fight. Because I kept plugging him, I kept shooting him. I didn't want to do anything creative. I just wanted him to go down. Just die already.
I can't be the only one that feels like a hostage to their own government. Having to watch everything unfold with our arms crossed, unable to do something, and the ones who can't.
Do you see the hearts? Yes, I do, main event. Thank you very much for the hearts. I do see them. I occasionally do see the little emojis popping up on the little, like, I don't know what that is. The little emoji thing. Like, I just clicked one right now. Invite the guy who cries over D&D to be your DM. No. No.
Can actually.
He's probably dealing with, probably getting sued.
Do something, won't grow a pair or get a spine. I'm not ready for hantavirus. I still have PTSD from wearing an N95 for a 12-hour period, and
I don't want hantavirus. I certainly don't, and it's way deadlier than COVID.
People so selfish that would choose.
And it spreads through the air too. Like, that's scary.
Not to wear a damn mask just to go to the damn store. I'm frustrated. I'm not ready.
Let's be honest, if you're not up to date on like your 6 vaccinations, you probably should still be wearing a mask. I don't. I'm definitely a do as I say, not as I do example on this, but people who are still COVID conscious are really doing the Lord's work. Because COVID's still around, man. People get COVID like constantly. You do D&D on stream? I'm going to be. Pathfinder. I don't know. Do people say D&D when they mean Pathfinder? Like, is that the thing, the going association? Because I don't want to be seen as a I don't want to be seen doing any kind of like faux pas by mislabeling it. All right, but to common company, I just say D&D most of the time. But yeah, Saturday might be doing it if we were having a session. Then yeah.
And I'm exhausted just thinking about it. Mind you, the administration we have right now is even worse
That's right, Skippy. You don't have to worry about it if you never leave your house.
than the one we had at COVID. So things are just not looking good. I'm just tired. I'm done. I can't be the only one.
Fuck a Logan.
When you are so upset about what's going on in the world that you then just end the video. I don't know. I found a D&D stream that plays on Fridays. Chat be fun. Yeah, I think people have a good time watching it and playing it. So I figure why not? You know, if I'm already going to be doing it.
Act. I'm working with Russia to get Cuba some oil. I'm anti.
AI obviously.
Just when I think
It was very scary looking at that. Just the fact that her eyes were just blown out like that. It's very scary.
he is done coming up with great ideas, President Trump is officially endorsing the name change of our ICE agents, or our ICE enforcement agency. Instead of calling them ICE, we're gonna call them NICE. Here, let me show you.
You could just stop killing people.
So, I don't know about you guys, but this is what I voted for. So, what do you think? Do you think that this would be good for the agency itself and for the officers involved?
No. That has to be a particularly insane take, to mine ear. Oh boy, it's not ICE's name that people are upset about. It's the fact that ICE agents extrajudicially murdered more than 3 people. I'm thinking that there were like 4 cases, but there's at least 3 cases where they murdered innocent Americans. Whether you agree or not with what they're doing, that's still a bad thing. So no, it's not their name that makes people not like them. It's the fact that they are mostly the 99%ers, or the 99%ers, the 98%ers, or whatever. It's the militias, it's the Oath Keepers, it's the Proud Boys, it's all the people who are involved in Jan 6th. They are actively recruiting people who have an axe to grind against liberals. And it's like they don't really do any training. They're supposed to do like 8 weeks of training. 3 weeks, I think. It's like less than police. But like they get like a week and then they get issued a firearm. Seems like it's not the name that is the issue. So just calling them, oh boy, aren't those ICE boys nice? I think the only thing this does is say like is a fuck you to the left, because now they've got to change their, you know, anti-ICE propaganda materials. Like, the fuck? 47 days. There is no way they were getting 47 days. When they were in Kenosha, there's no way they were getting 47 days of training. So if that is actually part of their policy, they weren't doing it. They just weren't, like, doing it at all.
I do. Maybe people will start looking at the whole situation differently. So, way to go, President Trump.
What? Breads and circuses. Breads and fucking circuses. My wife the other day, she comes home and she's like, oh, you know, I didn't get my raise, but they did have a bagel party at work. And I was like, breads and circuses. Courtney, you are just, well, yeah, just doxed her, but like, you know, everyone knows my name, so might as well. But like, breads and circuses. Like, you are getting the little fucking crumbs of society for them to not pay you fairly. Oh, we're not going to stop killing people in the street. We're just going to keep murdering innocent Americans, but we'll at least change the name of the agency. That way it sounds a little better. You know? It was a nice shooting.
I think most of us can get behind that name change.
Are you fucking stupid? A smug fucking look on your face? Are you fucking dumb? They're shooting people in the street. And you think a name change is going to help public perception?
Have a great day. And don't forget, do something nice for somebody today.
Well, that just seems out of touch.
A county that overwhelmingly supported Donald Trump is about to lose its largest employer directly because of Donald Trump's policies. Now, this is Greene County, Tennessee, which is home of
unsurprising
Artisan and who is the only supplier of penny blanks to the U.S. Mint. And because of Donald Trump's policy to eliminate the penny, they are on the verge of going out of business, which means everybody there will lose their job.
Well, one would assume that they're going to go out of business because he's getting rid of the penny.
There's a trickle-down effect because the people that work there make the money to keep the other businesses in the county in operation. Now,
Yeah, it's funny how like fervently farmers are defending Donald Trump. And farmers, if you are a farmer, I apologize for what I'm about to say, but farmers can just go fuck themselves, man. Holding themselves in way too high regard, like having millions and millions of fucking dollars in revenue every year and then complaining about some policy that makes them use cleaner water? Fuck you, farmers. There are people who are doing it the right way, but very few of them are part of these big corporations that reduce oversight and increase policies that make it so that you have to actually bring things to manufacturers to be repaired. Largely fuck farmers.
They're begging Donald Trump, please, to reconsider this decision to eliminate the penny, but Donald Trump isn't listening. And once again, we find people that supported Donald Trump that are feeling the effects of his policies, that are starting to feel the hurt. And I could not be...
Yeah, I mean, getting fucked by your own side is just less about the MAGA stuff. Filter by... Let's say, was it done this year? Can't I have the same gosh darn... Maybe I can boot to videos? There we go, okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Questions Christians can't answer, no. Atheist questions Christian and watch his response? What? She questions God's distance? Either you're Christian or you're not. Yeah, it's mostly atheists talking shit about God? And I'm guessing this might be AI?
Okay, guys, D-Base here with the Mormon News Roundup. I've got 3 questions for atheists that I...
Okay, perfect. We've got some questions for atheists. I am going to pee. Not because we're about to watch a question for an atheist. It's not, I'm not like... My bladder doesn't just fill up immediately when I hear a person saying, here's some questions for atheists. But you never know. You know, maybe it's a stress response. I don't know. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to grab some more water. I will be right back. Take a look at my VHS shelf. Oh, I'm going to feed my dogs too. Because she's... You can probably see her. Go ahead, do it again. You can probably see her at the bottom of the screen. If you're on vertical, you can't see her, but if you're on horizontal, you can. Yes, I'll feed you. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Yeah. Chibbity bop. All right. Guys, if you're just joining us, we're talking today about, well, pretty much anything political and religious. I'm taking viewer questions. It is that rare stream where we just kind of like hang out and watch some videos and talk a little bit about what's going on in the world today. And so if that's your kind of thing, then please feel free to join us. Feel free to hang the fudge out. You hang the fudge out. Changing my thumbnail because we did not end up playing Diablo today. We probably will not get to it. Altering my titles real quick. Do it every now and again, you know, try to switch it up. Alright, just gotta make sure she's done eating. I'll be right back. Okay. Ted K. philosophy is left-wing, but many right-wingers sing his praises. I don't know who that is. Ted Kaczynski? Is he dead yet? I know he's still in jail, but is he still alive? I think Ted K had, like, I don't know, progressive views for a lot of stuff, but still killed people. So hard to support him, you know? It's hard to support a guy like that with all the killing.
I know they can't answer.
All right, now let me get a little bit baked for this. All right. Sadly, Ted has passed on from this world. Is it sad? Is it a sad thing that a murderer has shuffled off this moral coil? Not moral, mortal. I don't do vocal exercises before I go on live. Like, I feel like I kind of have to. It's kind of necessary if you speak for any length of time, because it's just a thing. You're the muscles in your mouth need to be exercised in order to warm up. And sometimes your lips don't form words the way you want them to. So you got to do that, There's actually a few exercises that are really funny that people do, but I think a lot of people just know what the vocal exercise: the lips, the teeth, the tip of the tongue, the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips. There's like upon a slitted sheet she sits, something like that. There's a bunch of them. It's just tongue twisters, really. How many? What is it? Peter Pepper picked a peck of pickled peppers. See, that's. You actually can feel, like in your mouth muscles, like in your cheek muscles, whether or not they're loose and limber. Isn't that weird? I think, man, like the science of acting, or the science of public speaking, or the science of any of that shit's really cool. I don't know. I like it. I think it's interesting. Anywho, let's get to these questions. By the way, if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Goose. Hi. I'm wearing a gargoyle shirt and a tie-dye hat. I hope you enjoy either one of those. I'm in my 40s, and yet people have told me I look younger. I am a commentator currently on some political and religious matters, and I would love to field your questions. Anything that you've ever wondered in a leftist, in an atheist, in a person who you might fundamentally disagree with. I'm willing to hear any angle, any question you might have. Almost nothing is off the table. The only reason it would be off the table is if it's against YouTube terms of services. So, there's plenty of stuff that we can discuss. Plenty of stuff is on the table. Please feel free to just join the chat and ask a question. If you don't want to subscribe, if you are just so vehemently against subscribing to creators that you want a way to chat without subscribing, please feel free to join either my main channel stream or the Twitch stream if you are on the vertical. However, if you are on the vertical, you will notice that sub-only mode chat is on, and that really is just because I'm trying to enhance my sub numbers. So just click the button and then you can start chatting. You do not have to wait any certain amount of time. Let's listen to this guy's stuff.
Their worldview is incoherent, morally bankrupt, and completely ungrounded in reality.
According to a Mormon, this is his assessment of atheists. A Mormon's assessment of atheists.
So to all of you smug, science-worshipping, logic-loving atheists out there,
approaching this with disgust or disdain for the group that you're trying to ask what I would assume is a good faith question, it makes it a little harder to want to engage, but I'm still here. I'm still here.
I have 3 simple but devastating questions for you.
I'm happy to know if they're devastating, but I'm gonna say I doubt it.
See you wiggle your way out of these. No.
So when we answer questions for atheists, it's not wiggling out of anything. I don't think that I have to take 1,000 different... I don't think that I should have to approach the question of what do you believe in 1,000 different ways. I can simply say I don't believe in God. Well, what do you think happens when you die? I don't know. Well, where do you think we came from? I don't know. What do you think created us? I don't know that anyone created us. Okay, well, where do your morals come from? I don't know. I just have them. I mean, I can explain it, but you wouldn't believe me because you believe that a guy made that a guy made the rules, that a guy wrote the book. I can answer to the best of my ability.
Number 1, how are you? You know.
I'm good. How are you? That was an easy one. That was an easy one. I'm doing great. Doing good. Oh, you didn't mean it that way? Well, you might want to explain the question then.
Emotionally, existentially, spiritually, are you okay without...
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
an invisible celestial supervisor?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about my life and the way that things have unfolded for me.
And number 2,
that was your question. That's supposed to stump atheists? Okay.
do you have chocolate chip cookies? Because if you're gonna deny divine desserts in the afterlife, you better be baking them now. And number 3,
why are you using these weird metaphors? Does that mean like, do you what do you like chocolate chip cookies, or do you have cookies? Because if you're going to deny heavenly desserts in the afterlife, which gross. That makes it sound really gross. That makes it sound sleazy for some reason. Then I hope you're baking them now? Like, I have to believe in heaven in order to be preparing to go to heaven. And I don't believe in any of that stuff. So why is this a stumping question for us? I think what it means is like, if you don't have a concept of heaven, then are you living in heaven? Or I don't understand what he's trying to ask.
3, may I have some? I'm not trying to convert, just trying to snack. Let me into your godless kitchens. Boom, checkmate. Non-believers.
What? What? Your question was, do you have cookies and can I have some? First it was, are you okay? Do you have cookies? Can I have some? Those are his 3 questions for atheists. And then he said, boom, checkmate non-believers.
Drop your answers into the comments unless you're too afraid of the truth or lactose. Okay, guys.
Lactose? What? Palm Beach Airport is being renamed to Trump Airport. Yeah, not surprising. Milk with the cookies. I mean, I guess. But can their worldview actually account for any of those any of those things? In this video, we asked 3 devastating questions. None of them were devastating. That exposed the incoherence of atheism? This whole video was incoherent. It was hard to understand what he meant by anything he said. Without God, there's no foundation for logic. People had it before they had God. No grounding for morality. It exists in nature. And no ultimate purpose. To live and thrive is not an ultimate purpose? Why is it that ultimate purpose has to be service to somebody? That sounds kinky. That sounds like way too kinky. Watch as we unpack the fatal... Oh, I get it. This is written by ChatGPT. Watch as we unpack the fatal contradictions in a godless worldview and see if any atheist can provide a consistent answer. What the fuck? This is totally not a hashtag. Is it? 413 videos? Is it a hashtag?
I don't think my worldview is disgusting.
I promise
At
you,
all.
if you're a consistent atheist, it is, but what you're doing is you're borrowing our morality from Christianity.
No. If you're saying that atheists are disgusting, then you don't understand what atheists are. You don't understand what atheism is. It's simply a lack of belief in God. You don't believe in God? That's fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. Can you... can you believe that? This motherfucker, he's gonna make me vomit. He's so disgusting. He doesn't believe in God. This guy doesn't believe in God. Can you believe it? I simply don't believe in your God. That's all that's been happening. Is a person thinks differently than you. But okay.
You're here in America. I wasn't born here, bro. I'll tell you this. Back in Canada, morality is very different.
Christianity is one of the most popular religions in the world. It is, in fact, the most popular religion. Morality doesn't change just because your region changes. I mean, it does, but that's a cultural thing, and it's not a religious thing. Like, the book is the same. The Bible, you're using the same Bible in Canada as you are in the U.S. You're using the same Bible in the Philippines as you are in the U.S. You're using the same Bible in the Middle East for those Christians who use that Bible as you are in the U.S. It doesn't much change except for the translations and the edition of the Bible you're using. Those are the only things that change. Why would your morality in Canada be different? Because they're godless? I don't know.
Okay, we don't have First Amendments. If you go to communist China or North Korea,
I'm pretty sure that Canada has quite a few Christian people. So just because you don't have First Amendments, which Canada has a constitution as far as I'm aware, and as far as I'm aware, it also has a clause that governs free speech. As far as I'm aware. I may be wrong on that. Canadians, please feel free to disagree with me if I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong on that. I feel like it has a clause, some kind of context for free speech. But even if it doesn't, a lot of Canadians are able to say some pretty monstrous things. So I'm going to go ahead and say that you guys aren't exactly as restricted as you might be describing here. If you're talking about Canada in contrast, or in the same breath as communist China or North Korea, I don't think it's on that level of restriction.
Middle East, I promise you, you will realize how much of a Christian you've been living like because of the contrast. You're not...
Well, no. Simply navigating society because the majority of people who led the country were Christians and implemented those lifestyle, like that worldview into the policies that they voted for, sure, you can attribute that to them being Christian or them having Christian morality. You can attribute that to that if you'd like. But really what it is just that we're navigating reality with these people that also believe in God. That's it. They happen to share the same policies. They happen to share the same worldview in terms of what we should do and what we should not do as a country, but they just happen to believe in God. That's it. That's the only difference that really should be observed. And I think traditionally that's the difference that has been observed. The people who founded the country are deists. They were not all Christians. They were not all Quakers. They were not all Shakers. They were not all whatever the fuck. Well, they have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I don't know what the section is or whatever, but yeah, they have a part which is analogous to the First Amendment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says that the government just can't make laws that infringe on your freedom of speech because you can't enforce somebody's opinions. So it makes sense to me that a developed nation would have some clause that includes some mention of free speech. So thank you for clarifying that for me. It's just so outside the realm of plausibility to say that everyone gets their morality from Christianity. Like, you can do infinite regression, but I didn't believe in God from the moment I was born, and I still have morality. Like, I still have a moral center. And that could have... I'm not even gonna say that it for sure didn't come from Christians, because the policies that I live by are the ones that the government sets forth, the ones that I personally hold myself accountable to, and, you know, whatever just is existing in nature. Like, what is it? Does it behoove me as a person to stamp somebody's existence out of the zeitgeist? No. Does it behoove me to help the people that can help me thrive and be happy and exist well within this country? Yeah. That's a social and survival imperative. I looked it up. There's a section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, special section referred to as Fundamental Freedoms. Yep. There you go. It may not be a fucking First Amendment, but it's pretty goddamn close. Freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, including the freedom of press and other media communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of association. There you go. You can be a Nazi in Canada. I wouldn't advise it, but you can.
living like a consistent atheist. In a consistent atheist, why don't you go to communist North Korea, where it is illegal to have religion?
Well, I don't
That's a
want
pure
to
secular.
live like a consistent atheist.
But you're an atheist.
No. Consistent just means that you're just doing something over and over again the same way. So being a consistent atheist just means that you are being an atheist in consistency with atheism, which is a lack of belief in God. So you say that atheists are gross, and then you say if you're being, well, you qualify that by saying, well, if you're being a consistent atheist, you're gross. Just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean you want it to be illegal for other people to believe in something. Right. Well, that's like, it's the same sort of argument where people think that atheism is that you believe that God doesn't exist. And I'm like, no, that's not what I believe. I don't know if God exists or not. You know, like, just because I don't have a religion doesn't mean I want to outlaw it. That's a weird leap. I think that people should be able to exercise whatever religion that they want as long as they don't try to impose it on me. And Christianity very specifically makes you make it other people's business. Spread the faith. John 3:15. So I am currently building a bowl. I wanted to get baked for these questions for atheists. So if you also smoketh of the Kanibas, please feel free to join. I actually have not. I have not, as you could say, hit this bowl all day today. But gosh darn it, it's about time.
Then why do you have that belief? Make it make sense, man. So you know what we do logically? You abandon that belief and you adopt a new belief. And that's okay.
You know what you do logically? When you have a belief, you know what you do logically is you abandon that belief and you adopt a new belief. Just like that, man. Just off like a light switch. You just stop believing. Easy peasy. Well, the reason I was an atheist to begin with is because children are born atheists. You're not born religious. I don't know who you think needs to tell you that. But if the belief that you've held your entire life is proven to be incorrect, then yes, you should adopt a new belief. But not if you're not being presented with any convincing evidence to switch beliefs. If all you're being presented with is, well, atheism fucking sucks because you guys don't have any morals, then no, that's not your chant. That's not when you're supposed to listen to that and then drop your belief. That's not how that works. That's not how logic works. And you're really trying to present this as logic. Insane. That's cult behavior.
That's why I want you to be Christian. But I've shown you the framework.
Right. It's not any other religion. It could be, well, I don't want you to be atheist because I believe that there's a higher power that might enrich your life. It's not any higher power. It's specifically Christian. Put 100 Christians and 100 Muslims into a room together, and without any physical violence, can they agree? Probably not. Especially not about religion. Well, I think we're specifically talking about religion. You get what I'm saying.
Of how flawed atheism is.
You haven't showed any framework for how flawed anything is. You've simply given your opinions on things. And one atheist. No, this isn't a fucking Jubilee special. All right, cynical.
Everything's a crapshoot. You reject that idea and you become a Christian.
I don't think my worldview is discussed.
Oh, and then he gives no actual convincing argument for anything. Okay. Fair enough. You know, if it's propaganda, it's propaganda. We just need to recognize it as that.
It seems like if you're able to sort of like answer all these questions by referring to God or his activities, the atheist might be just as well suited to say, hey, I'm just going to say a God particle or matter and energy is some fundamental part of the universe. It doesn't seem like there's that much difference in the way that the mystery is handled if they were to do something like that. And it doesn't seem like there's much reason. It just doesn't seem like fair to say that the atheists accept all these mysteries. And I think that atheists have actually perfectly good answers for a lot of the questions you just asked.
Okay,
I mean, it seems like if...
What? I think we're missing a little bit of context here. The difference is intelligence. Is the event better explained by the inclusion of intelligence or not? Healing the body just did what most other bodies never do, and no scientist has ever observed or an intelligent being intervened, one with a declared history of both building humans and other creations and fixing them. It's surprising this sounds slightly unhinged. The surprising part is, even if you found the tools, something like stem cells, the fact is that the body is working in a beyond normal way still supports intelligent intervention. Just because you found the tool doesn't disregard the one using it. So they're arguing for God's existence. I guess? Sorry, I'm messing around with my titles here. I don't know why I get so like I get so title happy, title changing happy. Incoherently, if so.
You're able to sort of like answer all these questions by referring to God or his activities. The atheist might be just as well suited to say, hey, I'm just gonna say...
Okay, so they're talking about the origin of life. Or not the origin of life, but like the actual origin of like matter and shit. And he's saying that if you guys can answer those questions by using the Bible, it seems to me like atheists can answer those questions just through whatever scientific means and discoveries that we've made.
A God particle or matter or...
Which, yeah, makes sense.
Matter and energy is some fundamental part of the universe. It doesn't seem like there's that much difference in the way that the mystery is handled if they were to do something like that. And it doesn't seem like there's much reason. It just doesn't seem like fair to say that the atheist accepts all these mysteries. And I think...
So what I think happened here, so if you don't know what Opus Clip is, it's a mass-producing sort of like AI clip service that is... like they're used often to just mass-produce shorts clips for your channels. Sorry, there's an ad on YouTube. There we go. And what I think happened, because I used the free trial before, and it turns everything into AI slop, so I stopped using it. But the thing it does is it breaks up your longer form videos into smaller sections, and then it does this weird thing where it cuts them out to try and focus on faces. And in this clip, it took what is a good argument against Christianity, and it accidentally thought that it was arguing for Christianity. And so it made it into that. Which is hilarious. He's always going to be like...
I want 100% evidence that Jesus raised from the dead, because if you cannot give me that, then that makes the Bible incredible.
Well, that's an actor. That's clearly just a plant in the audience, because that's only what Christians believe. Christians think that because atheists don't believe in the resurrection, that makes the Bible completely non-legit. No. Atheists just don't believe in God. And what was the end result like for your content? It was bad. It was not bad. Oh, you mean like as far as visibility goes? I was getting thousands of views. I was getting like thousands of views. But it was but zero engagement. People would watch it and then click away. Maybe I can actually show one of them. Boy, wow, okay, it's been a while. Here we go, okay. Hang on, let me bring it up real quick.
Please sub.
So whenever you saw this, I'm just curious as well how well it handles stuff, because it's basically a full-time job to cut out parts of the TTRPG streams like that. Just use a dead air filter in Premiere. If you want me to edit those, I'll edit them. You'd have to pay me, but I'm down to edit them. I'll do them for $10 a video. I'm kidding. You wouldn't have to pay me. But I would get to post whatever I want, parts of it, to my channel, because it would be my face. But here's one that's done by, and I can show you, if you don't know how to do that on Premiere, I can show you how to do like a dead air filter. You can actually specify like how many seconds of dead air that you want to cut, and what it does actually is it transcribes everything first and gives you like a full written transcript, and you can kind of see, you can choose parts where you want smaller gaps or bigger gaps. You can really customize it, but I can show you that if you'd like.
So I can feed the family of raccoons living in my walls.
I got real big into doing the AI, like the logo. I still probably have that on Twitch, but doing the AI logo and the AI description, I no longer do that anymore, because we should support small creators, and so I do shitty Photoshops now, but I think I still use maybe 1 or 2 AI thumbnails. I'm not sure. I tend to do shitty Photoshops. Damn it!
She's shooting!
No, I don't want to go over. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't know how I missed this close. Ow. Shots fired! Ow. Come on, we can do this. Switch scenes for this. Ow. Is that, do they have like a meter that where I'm trying to whittle down or something?
Please, son.
So the captions were all done by AI. The intro obviously was done by AI.
So I can feed the...
That's just me. I pasted together a bunch of clips from Sora.
Family of raccoons living in my...
The way that it divided the screen was AI. They just detect a face and they assume that that's the face of the creator. The caption, the other guy did the captions. Then this little watermark here. No, I don't want to. And then the description, and the title and the description. Experience intense law enforcement action as we neutralize bank robbery suspects in this thrilling gameplay. Witness strategic shootouts and skilled takedowns. Can we secure the scene? Watch now. I didn't write any of that. And then all the hashtags. I was trying to see if I could find more stuff that had, by looking at that hashtag, I was trying to see more stuff that they had done with Opus Clip, to see if it was like mass uploaded slop. Ooh! I wonder what they would do with my TTRPG stream stuff, since there's like 5 faces in battle map, but they'd probably be able, it'd probably be able to break it up for you. But people don't like Opus Clip these days, you know, because it does a lot of that AI slop.
Ma'am, I don't base my life on 100% proof.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I that's not what people are saying. Like, that's not the thing that people want, is 100% proof. People just want any evidence that God is real. If God is a real physical being that I can talk to, then I would believe that he's real. I would believe that the Bible has some legitimacy to it. I wouldn't necessarily believe everything in the Bible, and I wouldn't necessarily follow Christianity because I know that God is real. I would just say, yes, I believe that God is real. So, I disagree with the woman here. I think she's a plant, but my disagreement is with the fact that she says that just because you can't prove the resurrection means that the Bible is false. I don't think any atheists are trying to claim that. I think what they say is that there hasn't been any positive evidence. So the absence of some evidence doesn't necessarily mean the whole thing is false. But if we can determine that a lot of this stuff is just made up, and we cannot determine that there is an actual God, then all the proof we have is that this is potentially made up. Why are we building an entire world religion on something that we are assuming is correct without any validation? That seems crazier to me. Season 7 Supernatural, Castiel juiced up on all the souls from purgatory is a god that was real in that setting and you could talk to, but I still don't think I'd worship him. Yeah. True. Especially since there were Leviathans in there. Those are bad guys. Do you want something biting your face off? Huh? No. You don't want something biting your face off. You want, you want to be able to have maybe something corrupting your soul, but not biting your face off. They reversed Trojan horsed him. Yes, they did. And Benny was one of my favorite characters from the whole purgatory era, and they did my man dirty. They did my man dirty. Twice.
Maybe that's your problem.
Oh, you do? You base your life on 100% proof?
Yes.
Oh, really?
She's a liar. No, like, this is a caricature. This is what Christians believe atheists act like. This is not an actual atheist. Or it's somebody who's deconstructing, or it's somebody who's looking at things through the frame of religiosity. Like hey, Justin, what's going on? They were either raised in a religious household and they still hold a lot of those beliefs, or they have, recently been dabbling in atheism. But this is really just what theists think atheists act like. No one would say, oh, I base my entire life off 100% proof. Nobody lives like that. Who even fucking thinks of saying something like that? But also, very few atheists would ever look at the Bible and say, well, it doesn't make sense that Jesus resurrected, so there's no way this entire document can be true. It's a preponderance of evidence. You can put that in the one tick for not true column, but you wouldn't, as a normal thinking person, you wouldn't think that just one thing makes an entire thing invalid. Unless it's like a monstrous thing and it's like, well, a teacher was doing a really good job educating people, but they touched a kid that one time. That's probably enough to be a deal breaker, I think. No longer are they a good teacher. But Jesus not plausibly resurrecting doesn't make the entire Bible false. But if there's no positive proof on the other end of that, there's nothing mitigating the idea that it certainly reduces credibility just a little bit. And with all that reduced credibility that keeps piling up as time goes on and God keeps hiding from us, it can be a little delegitimizing to the entire Bible as a whole. But that's through a preponderance of the evidence. That's through looking at all of the other stuff that we've gathered over time and saying, is there evidence for God? Is there evidence for no God? I haven't seen any of convincing evidence to say that God exists, so therefore I remain an atheist. It's just as simple as that. Very easy peasy to think about. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and let the video play. We're going to let it play to the end, and then we're going to comment on it. But I've got to turn the face cam off, simply because it is about time to crush this bowl. Gosh, it took 2.5 hours to do it, but we're finally crushing this bowl. We're going to get to many more atheism and political stuff, but, you got to take some time out. All right, give me a second. Turn off the face cam for these things. Boop. Nope. Where is it? Boop. There we go. And boop. All right. Give me one moment, and we will continue. Is the window too big? I thought I changed this so that it was not encroaching on my chit chat. Yep. There we go. Now it's not encroaching. No longer do we encroach. Although it does catch the whole window now. That's fine. You know what? It's fine. I can show you how to make that not be a thing you have to worry about in the future by utilizing embedded scenes. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Totally ridiculous and not an accurate depiction at all. She's not near resentful or self-aggrandizing enough. I guess, Justin, do you really catch me self-aggrandizing? I'm pretty sure I don't really ever do that. And resentful? I would say that I'm resentful of people who try to push their religion onto other people, and atheists simply don't do that. So if we're doing a one-for-one comparison, then I would take the atheist side on that one. Christians tend to be a little bit more perceived to be perceived to be effaced. You know, like they tend to have that persecution complex. All right, let's let it play.
That's why I'm skeptical of everything.
Really? So that means you take a chemistry kit to the pharmacy, and when the pharmacist hands you that bottle of medicine, you chemically analyze it to make sure there's no poison in there, right?
That's why I don't
Because unless
take
you have
medicine.
100% proof, you would never dare take that pill and put it in your mouth. Because maybe the pharmacist put poison in there.
Yes, I don't base it on 100%.
Well, thank you. So don't tell me you base your life on 100% proof. You don't. None of us do. It's not possible. You can't.
Well, now it's just talking over her. It's just a common observance. You seem okay, I guess. Yeah, I mean, typically atheists just want to, like, live their life. And, I mean, I guess if you're talking about public speakers, then yeah, they're self-aggrandizing because they're public speakers. But very rarely do I see atheists going like, look how awesome I am because I'm atheist. It's usually just in the face of having shit slung at them by Christians. I've seen plenty of atheists on the defense. But that's, you know, the defense is against attacks, right? Yeah, pretty easy to find a Christian doing the same thing. Just go to a church on Sunday. Yeah. Pretty much. Like, why is it that, you know, why are our preachers like God's chosen representatives? You know, isn't everyone equal in the eyes of God? I mean, I guess, you know, not black people or gays or trans people, according to you guys, but we're supposed to be. That's what I thought we were.
Yeah. You can't do that.
All right.
You can't do that.
He didn't even make a point. He didn't even make a goddamn point. He said, do you accept everything on 100% proof? Owned. Checkmate, liberal. You know, like, fuck. What was the point he was trying to make? She said that you can't... First of all, she was a plant. So, like, none of this was even a real exchange anyway. But, like, you can't... She was saying that the entire Bible is entirely unbelievable because you can't prove that Jesus resurrected. There's plenty of things that you cannot prove in the Bible that would potentially make the Bible unbelievable. But, like, one thing does not make an entire category of things deniable. And see, that's me steel-manning for the Christians right now. Just because you don't believe in the resurrection does not mean you have to completely discount the entire Bible. If you want to be Christian and you want to not believe that Jesus resurrected, I don't think that's a game breaker for you. I don't think that you have to, like, now go to hell. You got to go to hell, sorry. Even though some Christians would say that is the case, I don't personally think that way. I think that if you want to follow the Bible and you want to be religious and you don't try to impose it on other people, you don't try to take you don't try to take away other people's rights or try to erase people from existence, even nicely, then, I mean, you're probably going to be, you know, pretty okay in my eyes. You're not a shitty Christian. You're not a shitty person. It's when you try to encroach on other people. It's when you try to impose your will on other people. That's a bad thing. It's more an accumulation of evidence in terms of pro-God, because that hasn't happened, or in terms of non-pro-God, like we've proven things in the Bible false. Because I don't think that there's a lot of people out there who care enough about atheism to try and prove things in the Bible wrong. I think it's just kind of accepted among most rational Christians that the Bible is a lot of stories that are just allegories for life. But I don't know if that's a thing, to be quite honest. It could be a thing. I don't know. I don't know if there's money in scientifically debunking Christianity. You know? I don't know. I would think that a lot of the money lies in either propagating Christianity because it's the most popular religion. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Sure, a lot of the Bible isn't independently verifiable in the modern historical sense, but some of the stuff we're like very certain happened. Well, yeah. I mean, sure, it was a document that's a product of its time, and like there are historical accounts of shit like the kings and stuff. It's easy to verify that stuff. Most Christians accept Jesus rose from the dead, but not all Christians. And all the people who believe in their respective religions believe that they are good representatives of their respective holy texts. That's all the stuff that happens in the Bible and is pretty verifiable. Well, yeah. I'm reading what you wrote. Kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Yep, I'm sure that would be verifiable. House of David, absolutely. Assyria conquering the northern kingdom of Israel. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if that stuff turned out to be true. And like even a lot of the stuff that they were saying, like even the stuff that they quote from people, you know, like I wouldn't doubt that some of that stuff has been passed down. Sure, it might have been telephoned a little bit. But my understanding is that the Bible is like a recording of modern events at the time, and coupled with like a bunch of allegories about how life should be. All true Christians, I should say, it's a key tenet. Yeah, because when they ask you, if you what is it? Do you believe in God? Do you believe that Jesus, his only son, died on the cross and then resurrected 3 days later and was absolved of sin or something like that? There's like the sort of loyalty oath that you're supposed to be able to recite when a Christian talks to you. Do you believe in God, our Savior? Do you believe that his son rose from the dead after 3 days to cleanse the world of sin? I don't remember the spiel. It changes, I think, from person to person. Yeah, I like to think religious books like the Bible are as Herodotus by way of Aesop. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like stories and poems that reflect real life at the time. And don't necessarily have ties to reality, but aren't necessarily denying it either.
Oh, so you're a Christian? You follow the Bible?
Yes, I do. Every single word.
So you must be in support of stoning children then.
What? No. What did I just close? Son of a... I clicked that.
Part?
And I went down one?
What is the purpose of...
Nope. Nope. Nope.
You're talking about Richard Dawkins.
Nope. One more. Damn it!
There's a deeper problem with the atheist.
I wanted to see that one. He raised a good point. Damn it. Early creeds, it was an oral tradition. Say that again, but with a deeper voice.
The one question you should ask any unbeliever or atheist who doesn't believe in God is this. If the God of the Bible came down to you and said, I am he, would you worship him?
No. Do you have a follow-up? Is that the deepness of your question? If God came down and said, I am he, would you worship him? I mean, that's a simple yes or no question. What about Flying Cows guy that you were reacting yesterday? I'm sure he's a Christian. And probably a MAGA Christian. And I bet you he voted for Donald Trump. I bet you. I'd bet you a six-pack.
The one question you should ask any unbeliever or atheist who doesn't believe in God is this. If the God of the Bible came down to you and said, I am he, would you worship him?
No. Why didn't you follow it up with something? Why didn't you further along this dialogue? I wanted to have a dialogue. Why atheists should rethink Christianity? I ask skeptics the questions. Oh man, you gotta love it. Honestly, lots of bad Christian representatives in some of these call-in atheist debate streams. There are. I mean, but wouldn't good representatives come out and say that that's a bad representation? Wouldn't they not circle the wagons? Instead, it seems like that's what we kind of see around these sort of circles. And if the protection, if the mitigation of whatever call-outs happen is unsuccessful, they usually go, oh, well, they're not real Christians. Like, I mean, I love to bring up the fact that Hitler was Christian, and that if you believe that you're going to the same heaven in the Bible as most Christians believe that you're going to, then you're going to see Hitler up there. Because if he was as devout a Christian as he seemed to be, then he definitely repented for his sins before he died. He definitely would have prayed. He definitely would have been a zealous believer in the Bible. And so therefore he would be up in heaven despite whatever he did in life, because you get absolved of all that shit. So like, there's plenty of bad representatives of Christianity out there, but it's either hand-waved away as saying, nah, they weren't real Christians. Nah, that's not a real Christian. Nope. And then you try to pick apart their beliefs, but like, where are the good representatives of Christians? Where are the... And what I mean is in the creator space, in the public eye space. In the public eye. Where are the good representatives of Christianity? Why do we keep just seeing the bad ones? Is it because these particular ones just want to grift? Or is it because the people who truly believe these things might have a bit of a flawed worldview because of this book of allegories? Which seems more plausible? That you've made a mistake, or that there's just a few bad apples? Victors of wars write the histories. And so if all you ever see is positive accounts of things like Christianity, because these are the people who you grow up through, like these are the people that you receive your teachings from, why would they ever say bad things about themselves? And so anytime that you hear something bad, it's oh, that's a heretic right there. That is a Satanist. There's a demon inside you. Rather than the reality, which is they're just trying to talk to you about what your book is saying or what your followers are doing. Trump and Vance have a habit of parading on religion whenever someone questions their administration on the economy. I mean, religion is a good fallback. I always quote Fraser when I say this, but God is a credible partner, or a credible business partner who doesn't take a cut. I mean, the ill-prepared laymen that call into these streams, not the ones who theologically learned and have sound doctrine. But they're the believers, man. Like, they're the ones who, like, you know, they're just like me. I'm a guy on the ground. I work a blue-collar job, part-time. But the company that I own, it's all service work. So I guess that's a trade, but it's like blue-collar trade, if you could say, if that's a thing. Isn't all trade blue-collar? Whatever. Not going to get into the nuances of work. Point is, I'm a guy on the ground, and like the people that I hear talking about Christianity in any kind of like capacity are not the type that are on here making content. It's not like, you know, grifters. But in this space, it's a lot of like biblical literalists. But to your point, that the people from, you know, Joe Bob from Bucks County, who calls in to these Christian debate shows, you're right that they're not like media prepared. But if there was divine like inspiration, if there was a way that God could influence people to like try and maybe prove that he exists, or maybe try to influence things in a pro-Christianity direction, maybe he could allow them to have the prescience to be able to communicate his love and divinity effectively. You know, maybe one in the thousands of people that have called in across these shows would have found the divine inspiration to be able to communicate why you should believe in God effectively, and maybe converted some people. But I don't think it's happened yet. Maybe it might one day, but it hasn't happened yet. Mutual respect and communication to one another with no true ill will are key, especially for the claimed Christians. Then I'd have to point you to some really good points made by the Modified Skeptic. And this is actually why I do not do much debates anymore. Like I used to want to do debates. That used to like be like the thing that I wanted to do on here for a while. But after a while, I decided not to do that because I had been doing some introspection, and then I also saw a video from this guy. Come on, we can do this. Where is it? Damn, he makes a lot of videos. That just kind of like helped me come to the conclusion that I didn't want to do it anymore. It's something like you should stop arguing with Christians or something. But I'm trying to do it through thumbnails, and now I'm actually reading the titles. Civility, charity, and genuine care for the other person are typically the best representation of Christ. So you're saying that the majority of time Christianity has existed, it was wrong. That the actions of the people who most... I would say that the actions of the people who had the widest swath of representation for the religion were wrong in conducting things like the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition and any of the atrocities and genocides, like the conquistadors, all that shit. You're saying that they were all wrong. That all the atrocities that happened worldwide that were done in the name of Christianity, those were all wrong. And they were not true Christians. Is that what you're saying? Because I don't know if you're thinking about what you're saying before you say it. I think debates and arguments, especially on YouTube through chat, are probably not the most productive in changing one's viewpoints. No. See, but the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is that those debates are not for the people who are doing the debate. The debate are for the people who are watching the debates. Imagine that you're a teenager and you're living in a rural town and you've only ever known religion for your life. Your parents did it. You're whatever you. You were raised religious. You go to church all the time. You have a sense that you love Jesus and that you want to follow the Bible, but you fall in love with a person of the same sex. If you are in that environment, it's going to be very tough to come out to your family. It's going to be very tough to come out to your pastor, whatever capacity that you think you need to inform somebody for this crisis of faith that you're happening, because a lot of Christians believe that being gay is not a thing that's all right. So what are you going to do if you don't have resources, if you don't have even the knowledge that people out there understand what you're going through and are able to provide advice on how to get through tough situations like that? Meaning, like, even through these debates, people can learn that there are resources available to them. If they're sitting there on the fence of trying to figure out what to do and they hear a program like that and they know they can make decisions for themselves and that they have agency and that there are people out there who are fighting for their rights, it might help them a little bit, That's what it's for. It's not, or at least the people that I think do it for the right reasons, which is just not to make money. Even if you make money, it's fine, but like just not specifically to make money. But like if you're helping one person gather the courage to go and find a resource that will help them define how they live the rest of their life, then I think it's a little bit necessary. And if that drives them away from religion, then so be it. Or if it drives them toward religion, so be it. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and knowledge, and I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. Okay, but also, I mean, if you beat a slave within an inch of his life, then, he gets back up, then it's okay because he's your property. And if one man lie with another man, it's abomination, there's stuff in the Bible that isn't fun. And so it's like, if you want to just throw out a Bible verse, I can throw out one that would make it probably a bad document to want to follow entirely if we're keeping those parts. It's like if Christians were willing to edit the Bible, I'd be like, we can get on board. We can all get on board with Christianity, not convert to it, but we can accept it as part of our society, our civilization, as part of humanity, if you take the bad parts out. Like, I think Lutherans are pretty good at omitting in practice a lot of that harmful stuff. But you just edit it, take those parts out. The parts that support slavery and the parts that support child brides and genocide and baby murder, incest, rape, treating people as property, like those types of things. If you take them all out, then maybe I'd even revisit becoming Christian. Give it a little college try for a little bit, see what the new policies are like. Maybe I'd be able to read this version of the Bible and actually remember some of it. Whatever. You get the point. He said that there's a good reason why people shouldn't be arguing anymore with each other, and it was a good video, but I'm not going to waste time finding it. We're here to remark on things, not to
Have you ever wondered?
Not to do housework or housekeeping.
Say, why are we here? Is there a true standard of right and wrong? Is life just a random accident, or does it have meaning? If you're an atheist or unsure about faith, I'm not here to attack you.
No, you're just here to try to convince me that you know the answer to those things, when you cannot substantiate them.
I'm here to share something that's changed millions of lives, including mine. A worldview built on moral clarity, unshakable hope, and eternal purpose.
All things you can get without Christianity.
Christianity. Atheism often claims that we don't need God to be good.
Which is true.
Yes. Atheists can be kind, loving people.
But are they really? Or are they possessed by fucking demons? It's demons. It's demons. I'm possessed by demons.
But here's the question. Who defines what good really is? Without God, morality
well, the results of the actions that you take against others are typically pretty good indicators of whether or not you did a good thing. If a person screams when you poke them, then you did a bad thing. If they giggle, then you did a good thing. Unless, there's some external environmental factors applied, okay? You don't want to get creepy. But, just for instance, if I lose my, I don't know, it's just really easy to see whether good things are good or bad, man. Like, I know that that killing a person would take that person's potential away from the environment that I'm in. Like, would take away their potential to affect the community that they're in. It would take them away from their loved ones. They wouldn't be able to contribute to society on a macro scale. I don't see why people would think that atheism is like an absence of a morality center or a moral center, because we still have to operate in society with everybody else. If that's not proof that morals are fucking subjective, then I don't fucking know what is. But if society was like, hey, we need to murder people in order to keep the population under control, then that would have been the set morality for however many years people had just accepted. And after generations, they would have just understood that it's intrinsic part of life. And that would just be how things are. That it would be morally acceptable to kill people to control the population, and it would be immoral to let the population get out of control. But we know that killing people is wrong because it, at a very fundamental level, it removes their potential to affect reality around them, to affect the people around them, to affect their community, to contribute by bringing energy and bringing resources to that community. You're removing the potential for your people to thrive. You're removing genetic diversity, which is how we thrive. Again, you know, like there's some biological needs for us to understand why things are good and bad.
Becomes opinion. What's right for you might be wrong for me. But Christianity offers a clear moral compass. Love your neighbor, forgive your enemy, protect the weak, speak the truth. These aren't just suggestions, they're rooted in the character of a perfect God. Without God, moral values have no absolute grounding. But with God, good and evil are real. Not just social constructs, and that changes everything. Life can be cruel. Cancer, war, depression, death. What does atheism offer in the face of suffering? Often, that's just the way it is. No justice, no afterlife, no ultimate hope. But Christianity dares to say, there is...
I mean... Goddamn.
Character of a perfect God. Right for you might be wrong for me.
Like, very basically, you're also taking a life, someone's own personal sovereignty. Well, yes, and leading to suffering. The very basic thing about conscious beings, right, is one of the very basic things about conscious beings, is that we feel pain. We feel both mental pain, mental anguish, and physical pain. And not choosing to murder someone would reduce suffering and anguish. I mean, that's just... I don't know. I feel like this just... Shit, this doesn't need to be explained to people, least of all by me. And you don't need someone to tell you that something is good. Fuck, man. Like, isn't seeing the horror on somebody's face enough? Isn't hearing screams enough? Isn't, like, somebody begging you to show mercy, like, isn't that enough? Like, does that need to be, like, do you need to substantiate that? Do you need to justify it later on? Like, fuck, man.
But Christianity offers a
Feels
clear
dirty.
moral compass. Love your neighbor, forgive your enemy, protect the weak, speak the truth.
Is it better to shave your head or keep getting haircuts as your hairline recedes? Dude, just go bald, man. If you have some insecurity about your hair, just go bald. There's nothing wrong with it. People respect bald people. And I know that, like, going bald can be probably like an adjustment that you have to make because you're losing all your hair, but I don't think people should have to, like, try to find ways to get around it. Just go bald, man. If I had a receding hairline, I would just straight up go bald. Chrome dome. Shave that shit. And then I'd grow a big beard. You know, to offset everything. I would just say, oh yeah, no, it just fell down here. You know, and then, like, people would laugh. And then I would be the life of the party.
The skeptic himself never has to answer any questions. He gets to commit a crime.
Mercy is a main Christian theme. You agree it's better to show mercy and to forgive than to repay evil with evil. Yeah, but you know, people were around before the Bible, right? And we kind of knew that. We had mercy before Christians. We had people sparing lives before Christianity existed. You know that there was like thousands and thousands of years of civilization before Christianity was a thing. Why do you guys always forget that Eastern stuff was happening? You know, like we were having like dynasties, like whole countries were having civilizations. Settled peoples for thousands of years, building walls, building temples, building shrines, and it's weird. They knew mercy. They knew it enough to have a thriving civilization in China, and Japan, and Korea.
Crime and leave the scene unscathed. But just like how the skeptic attempts to make a fool out of his interlocutor, so the skeptic has no...
Now that is an interesting way to say that. I'd always heard it pronounced interlocutor. But say it how you want, I guess.
No clothes on, and this can be easily demonstrated by asking skeptic just a few questions. So here are my handful of questions. The skeptic himself never has to answer any questions.
This is where the video should have started. I'm just saying.
Questions. He gets to commit a crime and leave the scene unscathed. But just like how the skeptic attempts to make a fool out of his interlocutor...
Did he just learn this word? And is like trying... I mean, I don't think he's dumb or anything. I just don't think he's ever really heard the word interlocutor before.
So the skeptic has no clothes on, and this can be easily demonstrated by asking skeptic just a few questions. So here are my...
And why are we saying things like this? I would love to see your channel. Skeptic, I have some questions. Okay. You're not saying what you're doing, Dr. Peter.
Like and subscribe.
Author, pastor, and professor. Okay. He holds a
Hello,
PhD.
I'm Dr. Razor. Welcome to the...
He holds a PhD in philosophy. Go fuck yourself. Just said it was a theme, not exclusive. It's just not a typical response. Yeah. Hey. Mercy is not a typical response? That I don't know. I'm sure there was a lot of killing back in the day. Back in the dizzy, if you will. Dr. Peter Razor is an author, pastor, and professor. Is this two truths and a lie or something? Two lies and a truth? He holds a PhD in philosophy and the THM? Masters in Theology? I'm guessing? From the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. He also holds an MA and MDiv from the Cincinnati Christian University and a degree in mechanical engineering. You know that a lot of those places you just basically pay for degrees? Like you pay for a master's in theology, you pay for a master's in divinity. Like you don't, it's just memberships. That's all it is. There's no, the test is like, do you know the Bible? He's currently the senior pastor at Lilburn Christian Church and teaches adjunctly at Grand Canyon University, so don't go there. He has written or helped write the following texts: An Introduction to Philosophy, A Christian Guide to Things That Really Matter, The Plague of Cosmon, Rise of the Seer. Is that YA? Christian? Controversy of the Age is Why Christians Should Not Divide Over the Age of Earth? Okay. Usually mercy was seen as a weakness in movies and not a virtue. Yeah, in movies. In Rome and other societies, power and domination ruled. In movies, might is right. Yeah, in movies. That's not... People were living every day in society and just doing normal things like going to the market and had to maybe, show mercy when someone slighted them. I don't think that it was just a feudal society after we developed civilization. I mean, I'm sure that probably lasted for a while, but... And I guess maybe Christians probably have a more primal view of it since they were the ones being thrown to the lions. But, I mean, it was a functioning society. There were just people around. Like, there were people who were, just living life like we do today. Not in a modern sense, but, like, more or less.
5-Minute Thinker, where we spend just 5 minutes thinking about the deeper questions of life. Hey, skeptic, I have some questions. Here are just a few. Throughout my life as a professor and pastor, I have had the opportunity to interact with many people who hold a wide range of philosophical and religious views. One view I have found interesting is skepticism. The skeptic often takes a non-committal posture toward any belief, especially religiously. For example, if you ask a skeptic if God exists, he typically responds with, "I don't know." And if one responds with reasons to believe God exists, he just retorts with his best counter-argument and just asks more questions.
What? We're gonna have to speed you up, my friend. I have to hear this again.
Throughout my life as a professor and pastor, I have had the opportunity to interact with many people who hold a wide range of philosophical and religious views. One view I have found interesting is skepticism. The skeptic often takes a non-committal posture toward any belief, especially religiously. For example, if you ask a skeptic if God exists, he typically responds with, "I don't know." And if one responds with...
Well, yeah, I mean, that's using AI. I mean, that's a perfectly acceptable answer, I think, especially in terms of someone who's asking you what you believe when they're presenting Christianity as an option. Like, if I say I don't know, it means it could communicate that I'm open-minded. It could communicate that I'm willing to have a discussion on it. I think that's a good answer. I think that's a good continuation of the discussion. I think Christians tend to get a little wrapped up in how can I prove myself correct as opposed to how can I better convince a person. You know, how can I bring you over to my side? Which doesn't seem like what I think Justin would call real Christianity. It seems like the crappy kind of Christianity. You want to try and, like, you know, talk to people, right? Like, I thought that was a thing. Stop.
The reasons to believe God exists, he just retorts with his best counter-argument and just asks more questions. This typical response is really a veneer. It is used to hide behind so that the skeptic does not have to commit to any belief, and he gets to just poke his finger in the eye of a person who appears to have confidence in his...
Are you trying to present this to children? Why are you adding these sound effects? They ask questions and don't blindly accept what you're telling them, weirdos.
Conclusions. The skeptic himself never has to answer any questions. He gets to commit a crime and leave the scene unscathed. But just like how the skeptic attempts to make a fool out of his interlocutor, so the skeptic has no clothes on, and this can be easily demonstrated by asking skeptic just a few questions.
Why don't you just believe in God?
So here are my handful of questions. First, do you, skeptic, investigate what Christian thinkers say about your questions?
Do you investigate what Christian thinkers say about your questions? I guess, just in general, I guess I am right now. Because we're watching a video in which somebody asks questions to atheists, but I mean, aside from that, I don't know in what context you're presenting this. Are you presenting this like what Christian thinkers say about your questions in terms of like do I externally try to understand what Christians think before I develop the questions that I'm going to ask them? I don't know if this question really makes sense. It seems like a meta question. We're talking about we're asking a question about asking questions, but I would like to hear what he has to say after.
If you continually doubt the existence of God, let's say, do you research what Christian thinkers and theologians have said on this topic?
Oh. So a better way to put this, Dr. Peter, is do you have a reason not to believe in God? Have you done the research? Have you understood God enough to know that you know that there's no God? Or do you just not believe in God? That's all. That's all he's trying to say. He worded it really
for several thousand years. My guess is that maybe some of you or many of you have not. If you really want to know good arguments and evidence for God's existence, don't just Google or AI your questions. Secondly, once you have a plot...
all you got to do is look at the Bible, right? That's what most of you fuckers say. Once you have a plausible answer to a question, do you take it off the table? Well, I'm not a scientist, so I don't do all this like heavy research, nor am I getting government funding or grants in order to do this. So my ideas for the responsibility that I have to knowledge aren't going to be the same as a scientist. I think a scientist would say that you're never supposed to take anything off the table. I don't necessarily care enough about religious stuff to take a question off the table, nor reapproach a question once I've heard some kind of answer to it. Nor do I care most of the time. It's still common among less modernized tribal peoples today. What is still common?
plausible answer to a question, do you take it off the table? Allow me to illustrate what I mean. Several years ago, I provided a skeptic with a reasonable explanation for one of his questions. He even admitted as such. So I told him that if the explanation is more reasonable than his doubt, then he can no longer be skeptical about the topic we were discussing.
Well, no, one person saying something doesn't change a person's entire worldview. That's not how that works. You would have to get a wealth of evidence in place, and then you would have to reapproach your own assessment of it. You'd have to be like, okay, so originally I thought this, and now that I've been approached with new information, I'm going to reconsider whatever I was thinking, and there we go. We are naturally inclined to dominate one another, says you. Where's the study that says that? And use power for self-service. I mean, people are likely to do things like that when given the opportunity, but that doesn't mean that we are majority, or that doesn't mean that we're naturally inclined to dominate one another. I think that's oversimplifying the dynamic a little bit. I think you'd have to sociology that one out. Because I think social dominance, in a caveman sense, sounds like it makes sense. But I think, I don't know. It makes sense to me that a lot of violence has helped us get to where we are in civilization now. Not that I'm glorifying it, but I'm saying that we got to how we are somehow. And war did inspire large bursts of innovation, and the reason why we have things like the internet and nuclear power and things like that probably would have happened at some point. But as such, we had an imperative to push our technology further and farther than it has ever gone, further and farther, in order to combat threats that we were facing. Or either us or Germany or whatever, you know, like paperclip was a thing, and they did help us invent rockets. So like, I'm not gonna just say that, we're beyond that, but I think that people in general have a higher concept of what it takes to make society move forward, and a lot of that is like progressivism. A lot of that is what goes on behind the scenes, not on the battlefield, because it's just a small percentage of people who are out there grabbing power. It's the people at home who are the ones supplying that grab for power, and it's the policies at home that keep those people supplying those resources. So I don't think that it's fair to say that all of society has flourished because of the idea that might makes right, or that we are defined by our likelihood to seek dominance and power. I think it's more fair to say that we are products of our history, and the most powerful among us are inclined to stay that way, and whatever happens, whether it's us colonializing or us occupying things or taking over or genociding or whatever we do, I think that the people at home are the ones who are still making the world turn. They're the ones who are turning the gears. They're the ones who are making the textiles. They're the ones who are packing the bullets full of powder. They're the ones who are doing all the big manufacturing, Today, global interdependence and cooperation in trade, communication, ideas, medicine is mostly agreed upon to be a much better way. Well, yeah, that's the point I'm making. I think you give people a lot more credit than what's been globally displayed in the past. Well, maybe I'm just that altruistic, I don't deny that savagery, again, has kind of like propelled humanity forward, but I also think that the rise of humanity would have happened given enough time and energy. And I think that's like, I know that's like a hippie thing to say, it's like flowery as fuck, but I truly believe that mankind is at its core good, and that the shitty things that we did were merely tools used by, or the methods that we used to advance were tools used by people who had bad intentions. Not like bad intentions necessarily, may have truly believed in what they believed in, but like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe I just value humanity a little more than I let on. I don't know. I don't disagree that war drives technology in some contexts, especially in terms of huge state spending on R&D, but that's only one side of the figurative ledger, really. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have all the people at home, you have all the mothers and sons and daughters and all the people who are doing the thing, who are living the lives, and showing mercy and showing humility and showing humanity and showing charity and all these things, even the non-religious. It's just, I don't know, it just kind of like... These are what people do in movies, you know? Like, they try and pit society against each other, but Joker was wrong. They didn't blow him up. They didn't blow each other up on the boat. So I mean, like, they stood in the way of Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. You gotta get him. You gotta come through us. Spidey's one of us. You gotta go through New York. These new Western ideas were introduced by Jesus. Oh, come on, man. The Apostle Paul in the early church. You mean the Illumination era? You know, that had nothing to do with what would become Western policies? Like, come on, man. War accelerates some technologies by cannibalizing the future that would have produced many others. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, we praise the black inventors that came up with innovations for agriculture as being one of the few good things that came out of a very dark era. And I say that's not enough. I say that's really shitty. Because if we were to, like, give reparations, if we were able to be like, you know, we're gonna do better, then we wouldn't have taken them as slaves in the first place and removed their potential to innovate even further than they did after we got a hold of them and then let them go. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that kind of dovetails with what you were saying, Cynical. That was Joey Diaz on the subway in Spider-Man. That name sounds familiar, but I don't. Let me look him up. Joey Diaz. Oh, yeah. He's just a kid. He's just a kid. He's no older than my son. You want him, you gotta come through us. That was a superior moment in Spider-Man literature, media.
He could now take that unknown off the table. But what was his reply? No, he couldn't take that question off the table. Why, I asked? Because, as he stated, that's not how it works. Yeah, okay, skepticism is not really...
True, it's not how it works. I mean, I just got done saying that, but that's not how it works. A scientist, a person who gives a shit about science, who's having this discussion with you, who's your interlocutioner, I think is what he pronounced that as. Interlocutioner. I can't even say it that wrong. It's hard for me. But he's saying that, like, if I'm having a discussion with you about whether or not God is real, and I answer a question that you had, that now should change your entire worldview. That's a person who is doing what you're doing, who is only believing in something surface level, or insofar that they can convince other people that it exists. Not necessarily Christianity for this guy, but the fact that God exists. Because that's what he goes on tours like proving. It's you who's doing that. Turn the mirror around. Age of Enlightenment and most scientific discovery and innovation was by European Christians who were able to set aside Christianity in order to further science. Science is not Christian. I don't know where you're getting that. It was done by Christians and deists, but it is not science is not Christian at its root. And so, like, policies that come from people who are religious won't necessarily be influenced by Jesus, just by the fact that morality exists outside of the Bible.
You're looking for answers now, is it? Where are you looking for your answers? I hate to put it this way, but skeptic, if you were asking the average...
Oh man, I typed that shit into Google. I get like a fucking DeepSeek bullshit. I got that DeepSeek, man. That's where I get all my atheist information from. Didn't you know? I use Google, man. I use Google AI. I use Gemini bullshit, man. I get all my answers from a fucking robot. Where do you get your answers from?
Christian, your good, deep questions, you are going to the wrong place. Most Christians do not know what they believe and why. Numerous studies show over and over.
He's throwing his own side under the bus. What the fuck? Most Christians do not know what they believe and why.
That this is the case. You know, why don't you go to actual theologians and philosophers? There are plenty of them.
What?
Number 4, what is your correct...
So if I, as an atheist, if I have to, like, get a question answered, I have to go and, like, do some research on who the Christian fucking philosophers in my local area, and I gotta go and talk to one of them? When I could just, like, go onto fucking TikTok and go into an open panel discussion about Christianity and ask someone in there? Like, come on, man, just stop gatekeeping your shit. You know, like, if you've got a Christian philosophy degree, fucking enlighten me. Enlighten your introcutioner or whatever. Whose Christians' belief illuminated to them that the God who created the world purposely designed it so we get... That's not what the illumination was, man. I'm pretty sure it was specifically... Oh, we're talking about the Age of Enlightenment. I think it was specifically the time period in which, like, we learned that might makes right wasn't a good thing. I could be wrong. Also known as the Age of Reason, or simply the Enlightenment, was a period of intellectual and cultural flourishing in Europe and Western civilization, emerging in the late 17th century in Western Europe. It reached its peak in the 18th century as its ideas spread out. What are its ideas? Emerged from and built upon a scientific revolution from the 16th and 17th centuries. If we were to look up scientific revolution, why is this not on the main screen? Get on there. If we were to type in scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries in Europe, was an irreversible break with natural philosophy that had preceded it, fundamentally changing how natural world was investigated and understood. The new science that emerged departed from previous Greek concepts and traditions, was more mechanic in its worldview and more integrated with mathematics, and was focused on the acquisition and interpretation of new evidence. The scientific revolution is a convenient boundary between ancient thought and modern science. While the period is frequently said to have begun in 1543 with the paintings of De Humani Corporis Fabrica on the works of the human body by Andreas Vesalius and the De Revolutionibus on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres by Nicolaus Copernicus. Oh, Copernicus! The SN 1572 supernova has also been suggested as its beginning. The period culminated with the publication of the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica in 1687 by Isaac Newton. Age of Enlightenment. Okay, the movement was characterized by widespread circulation of ideas through new institutions, scientific academies, literary salons, coffee houses, Masonic lodges, and expanding print culture of books, journals, and pamphlets. The idea of the Enlightenment undermined the authority of the monarchy and religious officials, thus undermining religion. By the way, I really appreciate your honesty looking into things and not being completely dismissive and insulting. I can be insulting, but I tend not to just dismiss things out of hand. The ideas of the Enlightenment undermined the authority of the monarchy and religious officials that paved the way for political revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries. A variety of 19th century movements, including liberalism, socialism, neoclassicism, trace their intellectual heritage to the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was marked by increasing awareness of the relationship between the mind and everyday media of the world, and by the emphasis on scientific method and reductionism, which was the point that I was making. Reductionism is any of several related philosophical ideas regarding the associations between phenomena which can be described in terms of simpler or more fundamental phenomena. It is also described as an intellectual and philosophical position that interprets a complex system as the sum of its parts, contrary to holism. Reductionism tends to focus on the small, predictable details of a system and is often associated with various philosophies like emergence, materialism, and determinism. The central doctrines of the Enlightenment were individual liberty, representative government, the rule of law, and religious freedom. In contrast to an absolute monarchy or single-party state and the religious persecutions of faith. Does it say who is being persecuted? Systematic oppression. No, it just says what religious persecution is. Of faiths other than those formally established and often controlled outright by the state. By contrast, other intellectual currents included arguments in favor of anti-Christianity, deism, and atheism, accompanied by demands for secular states, bans on religious education, suppression of monasteries, and suppression of the Jesuits, and the expulsion of religious orders. The Enlightenment also faced contemporary criticism, later termed the Counter-Enlightenment by Sir Isaiah Breslin, which defended traditional religious and political authorities against religious critique. My understanding of this is, and I knew most of this before we looked this up, but I wanted to read it so that you would have the context. My understanding of this is that the era of Enlightenment was when we shied away from religious institutions. And that means that's not just Christianity. I don't know at the time which religion was dominant throughout the world, but I think it was a shying away from all religious practices, as it was the birth of things like anti-Christianity, deism, and atheism. I don't think that the Age of Enlightenment was born out of Jesus, and that's where we got a lot of our institutional beliefs from. What I did say earlier is that I don't discount the idea that perhaps people who believed in God and Jesus and all that kind of stuff were like making these policies, but I do have to push back against you if you're gonna say that those are all like Christian things. Intelligibility was arguably a central pillar of the Age of Enlightenment. The era, often called the Age of Reason, was defined by the conviction of the universe as a thoroughly rational system that human reason can decode and understand. Yeah, but we were talking about before, we were talking about like policies, like moral codes and things like that. Not the existence of the universe, you know? Deism and theism at the very least. Right. But a whole system isn't just built off of like one person's opinion. It's built off of a collection of different ideas from diverse minds. So it takes people from all different types of backgrounds to develop a fully comprehensive set of codes that we can live by in a functioning society. That's just basic sociology. Like, we have to cooperate in order for society to exist. So at the very beginning, when this paradigm was shifting, when we were starting to be more rational about things, the anti-theism, atheism, and theism all had to kind of work together, which means they had to put religion aside. And so a lot of these policies, a lot of these things, institutional things, weren't necessarily built off of religion, but could have been, like, but were built by religious people. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a distinct difference between the two. I am a chef, and when my wife is cooking, I can look at her and I can talk to her and I can interact with her, even when I'm afraid, scared to death that she's going to cut her fingers off. But I can put that aside because my constant need to help her makes her angry. And so I have to leave her alone. I have to put aside my expertise. I have to put aside something I'm very convicted about, which is knife safety. She cuts toward her hand. She cuts toward her hand, people. She cuts toward her hand with serrated knives. Anyway, I'm able to put that aside so that she can do the thing that she likes to do, and I can, like, just kind of still be scared out of my mind. Maybe cooking was a bad example. She's gonna cut herself so bad one day. Oh my god. Ugh. She just bought this, like, because I've been talking about how I needed a new serrated knife for bread, because we like to do, like, meats and cheeses on our anniversary, or special occasions. And so she likes these little crostini that I make, and you gotta have a real good serrated knife or else you can't get them as thin as they need to be. And so, like, she got a new one and she started cutting, like, a bagel toward her hand. I was like, no, put it down. Just put it down. Just do the thing until this knife is nice and dull, please. Please just put it down. Oh, I've seen, like, I'm getting shivers up my spine. I have seen people, like, hit bone with their knife before, like cutting toward their hand, and God, like it gives me the ick. That's like incapacitatingly wrong feeling. Ugh. If you ever cut yourself with a big enough knife in a fleshy enough part of your body, you feel it going in. And it almost doesn't feel like anything. If you have a good enough knife, it almost doesn't feel like anything. Like when you get stabbed, it's like, that's like a puncture, you know, that's going through clothes and stuff. And it's like, it's gonna feel like there's a bunch of cells ripping and shit. But if you have a very nicely honed blue steel Japanese knife and you slice into something and you hit bone, you're not even gonna feel it for the first few seconds until that blood starts rushing in there and your brain finally realizes that you're in trouble.
Know something? Most skeptics I encounter think that to know something, we have to have 100% certitude before committing to that belief.
Why are you speaking like this? Certitude? I know he knows that's wrong. And I don't think that a lot of people who claim to be atheists, I don't know that they're looking for 100% proof of something. I think if I saw a giant hand coming down from the heavens, I wouldn't know who the hand belonged to. Someone could point up and say, "Oh shit, it's God." And I'd be like, "Okay, yep, looks like God's real." I wouldn't just automatically discount it. I don't need him to be coming down from the heavens holding his fucking ID. You know, like I don't need that. I would accept it and I'd get the fuck out of there. But like, I don't think a lot of atheists need like certifiable notarized proof that God exists. I just think that they have a current lack of belief in God. And I don't think a lot of atheists think further beyond that I just have a lack of belief in God. I could someday believe that God exists. I could someday believe that fucking Merlin exists. I don't know. I just don't have it right now. Then faith wouldn't be such a big concept. Well, I mean, yeah. Faith is very convenient, and it doesn't explain everything. It doesn't really explain anything. It is actually specifically the opposite. But like, I get why you have to have it. I don't know. That should be a red flag. That should be a red flag to you. It's like, well, how do you cover the gaps where people can't explain anything? We made up a word to compensate for that. And you can just use that word anytime you encounter something that you can't bridge. It's like, what? Well, hold on. Wait, what? Wait, so you can't prove this thing, so you just say, oh, you've got to take it on faith. Who are you? I don't know who you are, good sir. Why am I supposed to believe you? Automatically, just supposed to believe what you're saying.
But this is unrealistic and does not describe how the real world works. Do you really know much of anything with 100% certainty? Do you know for sure that your car is still where you parked it? Knowledge isn't about certainty, it's about
Well, yeah, but I could also prove my wife's fidelity. I could go on her phone, I could track her if I wanted to. Like, I can't go up and talk to God. I can talk to my wife. I can harass her, I can interrogate her if I wanted to. I could, you know, come to her on my knees, crying and begging her to be truthful with me. Like, I can talk to her, I can touch her, I can see her. So yes, the fact that I don't need to do that means I have faith in her fidelity, but I could very well prove it if I wanted to. That's a point against God. All right, a point against. All right.
probability. Even science works this way.
If we're even measuring.
If it did not, then our understanding of the universe...
Your relationship is more rich with just the faith. Well, no shit, dude. But that doesn't mean that I would never have a reason to prove it. If we're talking hypotheticals here, imagine I had a suspicion. If we're talking faith, I mean, not faith, but if we're talking religion, imagine I had a suspicion that God wasn't real. I could prove that my wife was faithful. to play on a word, but I can't prove that God exists. Incongruent!
Would never change because we would always be correct. But we haven't been. Einstein's theories of gravitation, for example, have replaced Newton's theories. The best we can do, since we are not omniscient, is just...
Well, no, when mathematics changes, that's our knowledge evolving of something. That's insane. Have you seen or heard of the Oxford mathematician and Christian apologist John Lennox? Probably. Let's see. Let's see if I've ever seen him before. John Lennox. John. Oh, he was just in one of those clips. I didn't click on it, but he was just in one of those clips. I definitely don't have time to cover this guy in an hour video. I guess let me take a look at some of the shorts. He's like a big old Northern Irish teddy bear. Yeah, he looks like it. Oh, Jesus, that's dark.
You're almost 82, right? So what are you, John, looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing the Lord.
I mean, that's sad, man. And not in any kind of like judgmental way or anything like that. It's just sad to hear someone contemplate their own death. You know, it's like for someone in their 80s, I imagine it's on their mind, you know? Like they have to wonder what kind of legacy they're going to leave. They have to wonder like where they're going. You know, and for a person who wouldn't be religious, like I can't imagine what kind of existential dread that presents. So it might, I mean, I would think that last minute conversions would be like a pretty big, a big thing for, you know, a lot of Christian churches, you know? I don't know. That sucks, man. Yeah, civil discussions frequently with Alex O'Connor. I am cursorily familiar with Alex O'Connor, but I don't think I've ever watched any of his actual stuff.
And it's going to happen.
You're almost 80.
Well, I wouldn't have to feel like I needed to validate it like that, but I think I'd be equally contemplative when, you know, trying to talk about what I was expecting going off into the big old beyond.
Say we know with a percentage of certitude. For example, I know with 99.9% certainty that I exist, and what I claim to know is innocent until you can prove it guilty. Number 5, what are your criteria to accept the gospel? From a merely logical and rational standpoint, one ought to accept the gospel as true when the best explanation of the evidence supports it.
No, hang on.
If you are a skeptic,
you didn't answer the question. You didn't ask the. Hang on. I didn't hear the question.
What are your criteria to accept the gospel?
That's like the worst possible video. No, I know. I figure. I know that's probably not a representative slice of his stuff. It seemed like a dark topic, and it seems sad to hear about, so I wanted to, you know, see what was up.
From a merely logical and rational standpoint, one ought to accept the gospel as true when the best explanation of the evidence gospel.
No, hang on. What are your criteria to accept the gospel? Edit out all the bad parts. I'll tell you this right now. I will deep tongue kiss a Christian, pastor, a man, and I'll pat his back the whole time if you guys edit out all the bad stuff from the Bible. All right? Edit out all the bad stuff from the Bible, and I will join Christianity for at least a year. Let's call it a year. I'll do a year of service to Christianity if you guys edit all the bad stuff out. All right? Next edition of the Bible that comes out, we'll call it the King Goose version. And we'll edit out all the bad stuff, all the genocides, all the murders, all the innocent people dying. And we'll only leave the good stuff that you should, you know, love each other and treat each other fairly and all that kind of stuff. You leave that stuff in, and then you take out the bad stuff, like encouraging slavery and encouraging people to stone innocent girls, and then I'll turn into a Christian. I'll be a Christian for a year. I will make that solemn promise that it will be a year if you guys can take out all the bad stuff. Not going to pretend like I can explain it all. Nobody can. Without incorporating some amount of faith.
Logical and rational standpoint, one ought to accept the gospel as true when the best explanation of the evidence supports it. If you are a skeptic and waiting until you have 100% certainty that the gospel is true, then you will not...
Nope, like I said, the hand of God, it doesn't have to contain his ID or his medical alert bracelet. The hand of God could come down from the heavens, and I would believe that he's real. I don't need 100% proof.
Not only reject the gospel, but reject most of what you presently claim to know. Like you exist and that there's a real world outside of you, that others exist, and so on. This is where skepticism ultimately leads, and it is absurd.
No. Well, I hate to blow your minds. I'm not nearly stoned enough for this to blow my mind again, but I hate to blow your all's minds but there is no 100% provable way to measure our current reality. And what that means is that, due to the rules of perception, the way that we look at things can only be proven to be what our mind has told us that we are seeing and experiencing. I mean, tell me if that isn't some existential shit right there. You don't even know if the environment around you is exactly as it appears. Things could be completely different. This is just what our mind is telling us reality is. That's the only thing that we can know. And now you're manually breathing. But if God of the universe told you all these people needed to die, you probably would think it's for no reason. I would say, I don't think that anybody needs to die. That would be what I would say if God said that to me. We are but a thought within a dream, within a sick vape cloud, within a single drop of dew falling from a tree onto the ground to dissipate, to atomize, and to never exist again, to make way for the birth of a new reality. Ain't that some fucking stoner-ass bullshit?
No one lives this way, and nor should we. So ask questions, skeptics, but look for reasonable answers in the right places. Then, quit asking the same questions ad nauseum.
No! 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 You guys believe this. You guys don't ask questions. You guys take things on faith. We ask questions. That's our fucking nature. That's the reason why smart people tend to be atheists, is because they keep asking questions about the nature of their reality, and when they come to the conclusion that they can't prove the existence of God, they maybe defect from their religion. And then when they get old enough to understand that the math is not turning in their direction, and are faced with the existential fucking void, they might come to religion just as a safeguard, just to hedge your bets a little bit, just to be like, hey, if there is a man upstairs, I'm not alleging that there is, I am not submitting to anything that there is, but if there is a man upstairs, could you cut me a little slack, please? Could you just, whatever you people do, whatever I'm supposed to do in this situation, I don't know. I didn't take a praying class. All right, I didn't take a praying workshop at the annex. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that guy. Kind of. I know of him. I've seen his work. Oh, hey, I got a new subscriber. Attengelo grasso. Bravissimo, signore. I wanted to put up another. One question to ask every atheist before you start a debate. Uh-oh. This will have to be the last one.
You want to know whether you can convert your atheist friend to Christianity?
No, that's a non-starter. Just don't do it. Don't try to convert people, guys. I get the feeling that a lot of people... Tom Holland has a book, Dominion. I'll be honest, I just watched a podcast interview on the subject that goes into all the ways. Don't try to convert your friends. I know that the gospel says you're supposed to go out and spread it, but every cult says that. Just don't do that. Just don't try to convert your friends. Don't try to make anybody Christian. Just enjoy your life as a Christian. Try to do good things for your for your community and for your friends and loved ones, and try not to be a drag on society, and then that's fine. You know, you don't have to try and spread your religion. You just don't have to. You just don't do that. Just don't try to convert your atheist friend. Just avoid doing that. You know, just avoid it. Don't push your beliefs on somebody. In which modern Western world directly or indirectly benefits from the advance of Christianity. Well,
here's the...
You all have to. I mean, you don't have to. You could volunteer at a soup kitchen, and you could spread your religion there. People there are usually a bit more pliable. But if you wanted to do it in a not sleazy way, if you wanted to spread the gospel, then you could start a blog. You could be a content creator. And while those still can seem like pushing your beliefs on somebody, you're actually more fishing than you are dynamite fishing. You get what I'm saying? It's a more nuanced way of trying to pull people towards you. It's a flock. It's not, you know, it's not shooting fish in a barrel, right? So if you have Baptist preachers who are talking about how people are going to go to hell while they're just trying to enjoy a night on the promenade, that's not good Christianity. You're imposing things upon other people. And if you believe that freedom and love and liberty and agency are things that are tenets of Christianity, then you have to believe that those guys are not real Christians. So, I mean, talking about your religion, being a believer, and speaking with passion and conviction, if those are enough to convert someone, and if God is good, they should be, that should be enough. It shouldn't take much more than that. Yeah, your personal actions to those closest to you are the best testimony. Well, yeah, that's to me what makes a good Christian, is how you treat those around you. If you treat them fairly and you respect other people, then yeah. I hope I've been at least a little cooler than most. Well, Justin, I don't know if you were aware of this, but most of my audience is Christian, so you're probably among friends, I would assume. But I mean, you've been about as civil as the good Christians I know, which is good. That's a good thing. It's few and far between, you know. All right, so what is this question that he's trying to ask that will convert an atheist to Christianity? And this is just him talking to his friend, so.
The truth. You can't.
He's right! He's right, you can't! You can't make somebody do something they don't want to do. What an insightful young man.
Only the Holy Spirit can do that.
There you go, fucking preach, brother! Preach! Say fucking words.
But if you want to plant a seed that could...
Ah, crap. Here we go.
...actually grow, ask them this. If Christianity were true, would you want it to be?
What? I don't know what that's called, but that has to have a name. Where you fuck your own sentence when you say it, like where the sentence that you say fucks itself. If Christianity were true, would you want it to be?
Ask that early, because how they answer that question tells you
I'm trying to navigate you backwards.
If they say Christianity were true, would you want it to be? Ask.
If Christianity were true, would you want it to be? See, I'm trying to steelman these here. If Christianity were true, would you want it to be? So is Christianity cool? I don't think there's a person on the planet other than pastors who would ask if Christianity is true, or would want Christianity to be true. Not these rewards. I'm guessing you were gonna say the R slur. Or that's what you're attempting to say, and I would say that I don't support that word. Not a big fan of people casually using it.
That early, because how they answer that question tells you everything. If they say no, it's not a logic issue, it's a heart issue. They might be angry, hurt by religion, or just don't want it to be true because it would mean surrender. At that point, it's not about arguing your way to truth, it's about being an example of love and strength. they say yes, that means they're open. They just haven't seen enough to believe yet. That one question saves you time and reveals the real battle going on beneath the surface.
Okay, sure, yeah. No, that keeps you out of their personal space. That's good. That's good. Yeah. The perception could change a little bit. It's not that people have been traumatized or that they're angry at God. It's just that people are born with a lack of belief in something. You have to instill a belief in order for it to take root. And if someone's just born without believing in God, like, it's all good.
And no matter how they respond, remember this: your job isn't to force faith. It's to live it, speak it, and trust that God will use it. You're not here to win arguments. You're here to reflect Christ. You want to know whether you can convert your atheist friend to Christianity? Here's the truth.
No, I don't want to play your video over again. More Christian. Good Christian. Yes. That was a good Christian. If we had an alert for good Christianity, it'd be like, meh, 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 good Christian. Example of a not shitty Christian. That's I would say that's the best note to end things on, And it being Thursday, you're not going to see me again till Monday. No, Saturday. Oh my lord. I'll be here Saturday. I will be streaming. I'm sure we'll be doing a session, I would assume, on Saturday, but that'll be TTRPG Pathfinder, and I'll be playing my character Gooski, and we'll be handling our shit in the dungeon. Or leaving. I don't know what the team has thought of this time. Saturday. It starts at like 3:30. But we're doing like, technology shit and housekeeping and all that kind of stuff. The stream itself for their side starts at 5:30, and I don't know how I can sync things up, if I can or whatever, but we'll see if we can sync the chat or whatever. I don't know how it works, but we'll see. So I think 5-ish. Just I'll be on Discord, so hit me up on my channel and see if I respond. I probably will. It'll be I might be a little tipsy on Saturday. I'm gonna try and control myself but there's like a once a year festival that's happening in in my little neighborhood, and it's like basically a block party, and so I will be imbibing quite a bit. And as this TTRPG is a game, I will be not completely swearing off alcohol during the day. I may get a little day drunk. I will try to take a nap, but I may not have time. But I'll be there with bells on. All right, well, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you're ready for some more bullshit on Monday. We're just gonna do same shit we always do. I always try to set themes up to like a rigid set standard, and I just always feel like doing different things. So I think we're just gonna freewheel it for now, for these coming streams, and we're just gonna see what's clever, just hang out for a bit. A bit meaning 4 hours, but you get what I'm saying. Have a good one, guys.